We will start shortly. I just want to give a little more time for people to come up the stairs if they're trying to get in.
I feel you.
Yeah, he's. Can we please have invocation? One of our clergy just sitting on the panel.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Good afternoon, everybody. I pray that everybody's had a good day. Let us pray. And God, we come yet again this day giving you thanks. We thank you, Lord God, for your continued presence in our lives. We thank you, Lord God, for how you watched over us and kept us. We now ask, Lord God, as we conduct the business that you have placed in our hearts this day, that you would grant your wisdom, your guidance, and direction, that we would make wise decisions. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank God.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We now as a community hold a moment of silence for those neighbors we've unfortunately had to say goodbye to, recent deaths in our community that we've learned of. The names for our moment of silence: Henry Back, Kristen Breach, Dwayne Carruthers, Sandra Crabtree, William DeRouse, Larry Flowers, KJ Gilmore, Betty Hollis, John McKnight, Lakeisha Moten, Charles Rice, Dennis Ritter, A.D. Roberts, Denise Ross, Wanda Saloom, Vince Sherrill, Margot Scott, Heidi Taylor, Fong Yang, and Eddie Young. Please join us as a community for a moment of silence, remembering these Pontiac neighbors who we are saying goodbye to. Thank you. Clerk Doyle, roll call of city council members.
Carrington.
Present.
Goodman.
Here.
James.
Here. McGinnis,
Present.
Nicholson, Parker,
Here.
Rutherford.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a quorum.
Quorum being established, is there a motion to approve this evening's agenda?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Rutherford, that we move the agenda. It is now before us. I know of a few amendments for us to consider. Here are the three that I know of. The administration has requested that we remove this evening's special presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act funding obligation update, as they do not have that ready for this evening. So we will have that on next week's agenda. But we want to add 3 discussion items. Right now, there's 1 discussion item, the 50th District Courthouse Air Conditioning Improvement Status Update. The 3 discussions that we want to add, if there's a motion, is the American Rescue Plan Act funding obligation update as a discussion. The Councilman James wants to raise an item on the master plan update community engagement process. And then we want to make sure we're getting updates out to the community about disruptions to trash, recycling, and yard waste collection with the new trash service provider. So those would be the discussion items added and the special presentation removed if there is such a motion and second.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we remove the 1 special presentation and add those 3 discussions. Any discussion on that amendment?
So are
Pro Tem.
you putting those 3 in the spot of that special presentation, or are you putting it in discussion for?
No, they will come after public comment in discussion, but after the existing discussion.
All right,
So it
thank
would be
you.
then
Yes.
4 discussions in that section.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the amendment to the proposed agenda.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We're back to the main motion, the agenda as amended. Any further discussion or amendments on the matter? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the agenda as amended.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right, with that, we are now at, the agenda is approved and adopted. We'll proceed accordingly. Is there a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, that we approve this evening's consent agenda. These are the 4 items in it. The Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee meeting minutes from June 24th, the City Council's meeting minutes from July 2nd, the resolution approving the Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority. It's an annual agreement in terms of cities' insurance matters. And a resolution approving the Paramo Family Fireworks Permit for July 20th, 2024 at Aaron Perry Park. That's been spoken on previously in the City Council at previous meetings, but that would be the evening of Saturday, July 20th, around 10 p.m. at Aaron Perry Park. All right. Hearing no further discussion, well, it's consent agenda. So with that, roll call Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The consent agenda is adopted. All right, we are now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials serving our city that wants to give an update from their position? All right. We are now at, hearing none, we're now at agenda address. Pro Tem Carrington, are there any requests tonight?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Rosalind Norcross?
She's not present.
Dr. Deidre Waterman?
Several things I wanted to speak to. Number one, I see we're going to set a public hearing next week about the proposed gas station for Franklin Boulevard, for Franklin Road. I will wait to speak to that at the public hearing, but it's important. I think the principle is to respect our neighborhoods. And I think there are a number of people from District 1 would say that, and I hope you will have a chance to hear them and respond appropriately to people who love their neighborhood, are good homeowners, citizens of the city of Pontiac, and I think they should be given the respect of making sure they have the things to build their community the way they want them to. But I see your administration not prepared to talk about the American Rescue Plan, and you're going to put that in as a discussion later on. I think that's the story of the game. Since the last 3 years of this administration, they haven't been really ready to handle the American Rescue Plan money, that $37 million. I've had a number of people who've started asking me, where is the money that was supposed to come to citizens? That's what this was about, that I'm fighting for. I'm going to continue to champion that, Council. It's in your hands, Council. It's in your hands. Don't be intimidated by this administration. So many people should be getting that money. We should be supporting our citizens and our homeowners. The $25,000 that so many people wanted to apply for, but because of your incompetence of this administration, they haven't gotten it, and they want to know where it is. More people, more consultants have gotten money from this than any of our residents do in our small businesses. That's not the way we intended to have it, okay? So I want you to talk about how we can get that. You're going to have to open that up. Our small business program is on hold. They were supposed to have some benefits from that back in May, and it's still not, nobody's heard anything. It's all confused. So please react to that.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Ms. Ernestine McCall.
Am I on the right
Are you
portion of the program? I'm supposed to be talking about the special exception?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I am concerned that the constituents indicated at the Planning Commission that they were not in agreement with that proposal, and I'm concerned because of the traffic congestion that will result from that particular location, in that particular location, if we have the gas station located there. It's very difficult now to turn that corner or to negotiate that corner in either direction because of the traffic that is accumulates there, especially during the business hour. I was there this afternoon trying to get home. It took me 15 minutes to get down from Updike to my house, which is on Gulf Drive. And that was because of traffic congestion at that corner, and you couldn't get through. And people were parked on the street patronizing the establishment that is already there. And during the winter time, and come next summer, when the streets are not in good condition because they're already deteriorating, you're going to have some problems. I think that the community has expressed their concern. I, as a driver and someone that has to negotiate that area on a regular basis, am expressing my concern. I think it's going to be too dangerous. There's not enough room for us to negotiate that corner with the business that is being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Carlton Jones. Ms. Andrea Manns. Dollar, are you speaking of something on the council agenda, or are you here for public comment? Public comment. All right, thank you. Ms. Darlene Clark.
Good afternoon, Council, Clerk, and Administration. First, I want to do a correction first, because I think there's some kind of misunderstanding between the administration and the public obligation concerning trash pickup. And so I kind of want to correct the mayor. Mayor, you made a statement that the city could not afford recycling. Ms. Rutherford was right. I am a person who has recycling, and I pay once a year. The city does not pay that bill for me. So somewhere along the line, you got a little miscommunication. But what I want to speak on is actually the gas station and allowance that you want this gas station to move forward. And this area, it was here long before the council people and even the mayor could understand why the people passion for not having it there. There was a barber shop, there was a bar, and there was a gas station, but the gas station was a one tanker. It only had one pump. And we do have pictures to prove to the conversation that I'm having with you today. So with one pump, they mean they only had one drum at the time of existing. You're allowing a company to come in a store that's been there since the 70s to come in that shows such neglect for that property and have been asked to help to improve the property. He's very careless with the people to come in his store. His store was actually made to make changes to. So while you allowing him to go smaller, to go bigger, you're inviting more and more problems from this person. Now, everybody has a right to put what they want with the council's approval. But what he's doing, he's trying to jump the curve. He's bringing before the council making special assessments, but why do you need special assessments to even allow him to make a plan to come in there? Why should he come through council to overrule planning? What he's doing, he's showing a lack of respect for the city of Pontiac and a lack of respect for planning and for the council and administration.
That concludes your time. Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller, what item, please?
Good evening, everyone. I want to discuss item number 5, even though that's not my district, but before I came on council, I was all 7 districts. That's why I know the whole community, campaigning for mayors and things and whatnot. So I have a lot of friends, constituents in District 1, and I'm here in support of, which is a question that I would like to ask first is, as Council President McGinnis, why would you allow that to come to planning when you know that they have so many days to turn that back around to come back? You should have took that off the agenda right away. Or maybe I'm wrong. You may take it off before I speak. I don't know. What circumstances made you guys bring that back so soon? And it shouldn't have been brought back. There is a protocol. Second of all is that District 6 it's a sore spot. Like I said, I got residents, got family in District 6 too. And they were disheartened by what happened with the school. Still are. Still got a sore spot. And so I'm hoping that this doesn't go like District 6 with the residents saying, no. I was at home that night, and I watched that planning meeting. I was so proud of Pontiac. They stood up and stood out. But if all I'm going to do is sit here and watch, I'm not going to judge yet. I'm going to wait till it's over. I'm going to wait till the voting is over and see what happens. And then I'll say, great job or whatever. Because at the end of the day, I keep telling the resident, the buck stops with you, 7. The mayor can't do nothing without you. I know that because I was on council, and we did it a lot. So it's on you now. The citizens said no. The planning said no. Now let's see what the council say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Miller. Ms. Robinson, North Cross.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you for this opportunity to speak. I also want to speak about I think it's item 5. An automotive service facility is not appropriate for the intersection of Franklin Road and South Boulevard. This site is located at the intersection of 2 very well-traveled streets that have only 1 lane going in each direction. We residents are concerned that a gas station at this extremely busy corridor will become even more congested. The sidewalks on Franklin Road and South Boulevard are walkways for the community, primary walkways. The curb cuts that will allow cars to enter the gas station will put pedestrians at risk because there's not enough space on the sidewalks that will not be punctuated by entrance and exit lanes to the gas station. Nowhere in Pontiac is there a gas station located at the intersection of two-lane roads inside a neighborhood. A special exemption for a gas station should not be granted. We don't need another gas station in the neighborhood. On South Boulevard, if you go a mile and a half either east or west, you can find a gas station. One on Telegraph at Gulf and the other one Woodward near South Boulevard. Both of these gas stations are located on multi-lane roads. At least one multi-lane road. Neither Franklin or South Boulevard is multi-lane. We are also concerned with the light pollution that will impact the adjacent house as well as the noise. The station will alter the character of our neighborhood negatively and will also alter the character of the entire area. We feel that a gas station is not harmonious with the character of the neighborhood, and it will be unnecessarily hazardous to us. In short, we don't want an inharmonious gas station located at Franklin and South Boulevard. We don't want the attending traffic issues, light, noise pollution, nor do we want to smell the fumes. We hope that you will see the wisdom of the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Ms. Norcross. That concludes our agenda address. President McGinnis.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Carrington. We are now at agenda item, what is number 2 on the printed agenda. It's adoption of an emergency interim ordinance to enact a moratorium on the issuance of any approvals for automotive service facilities. We are at agenda address, but what's your name? Ms. Rogers, we may have you on public comment.
She's on public comment, President McGinnis.
But was your intention to sign up for agenda address? Pro Tem, it's your call.
Yes, we can let her speak now. Okay.
Thanks for speaking up for yourself, District 1, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you. I, too, have concerns why the council is addressing this special exception when we do have 2 gas stations within a mile and a half, in addition to a leaded gas station at M1 Concourse. I don't know if you understand the implications of the fumes, the contamination in the soil, the congestion of the traffic that we would encounter. There's hazard. I mean, African Americans, minorities, and people in District 1 already have a variety of health issues and concerns. We do not want fumes. We do not want added groundwater hazard from petroleum or anything else that could come as a result of this particular business. Pollution is important. We got noise pollution. Now we're going to have additional toxin in the air, in the soil. Consider the children who are most vulnerable to this kind of situation. I know business is important, money is important, but health is important. And we're asking you to accept the denial that has already been given by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. That concludes agenda address. President McGinnis.
Thank you. Again, we are at number 2 on the printed agenda. It's adoption of an emergency interim ordinance to enact a moratorium on the issuance of any new approvals for automotive service facilities, commercial in designation, and tire sales for a period of 9 months to allow the city's planning division to research appropriate regulations of such facilities. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. That item is now before us for consideration. Most ordinances, a standard ordinance amendment would require 2 readings. An emergency ordinance does not require those 2 readings because it's been proposed as an emergency. Mayor or Planning Manager Yandrick, would you like to share for the council and community what triggers, or if you need the city attorney to, what triggers or qualifies as an emergency ordinance, and does this rise to that occasion? That question could be answered for the next two items as well, since they are of a similar nature.
Yeah, so I do want to allow our planning manager and our attorney to answer that specific question, but just to introduce this topic, we are concerned about the proliferation of automotive service facilities across the city, including gas stations, as well as some other items that have been growing across the city. And we want to put a pause on these applications until we go through the master plan process, which has commenced and will be formally kicked off actually Thursday of this week. I do just want to clarify that this appeal of the Planning Commission's determination regarding the gas station, we didn't request for this to come before City Council. City Council didn't initiate bringing that before City Council. That was an appeal by the person who wants to build that gas station. And the city has on its books an ordinance that long predates any of us being elected here. This has been on the ordinance for many, this has been an ordinance in the city for many, many years that says that if someone is denied a special exception at a planning commission meeting, they have the legal right to appeal that to City Council. So this isn't something that we asked for or that City Council asked for. This is that potential developer who wants to build that gas station who said, I am appealing as a matter of right under the city ordinance to come before City Council and ask them to make a different decision. So that's not something we have control over in terms of whether he can come before City Council. He has the legal right under city ordinances to do that. And we wanted to formally schedule this both to make sure we were dotting our I's and crossing our T's, but we also wanted to do it to make sure that the public was informed that this would be coming in a few weeks so that those who have concerns have an opportunity to be heard when that matter is scheduled. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. And then with that, I'll turn it over to Planning Manager Yandrick and the City Attorney to talk through the nature of an emergency ordinance, and in particular, the context of these three emergency ordinances.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good evening, public. I have a very small presentation about this emergency ordinance on number 2, but it also covers ordinance 3 and 4, so it's just one presentation. Hopefully answers the questions that Council President McGinnis has asked this evening. Hey, Morgan, can you assist and just move to the next slide? Okay, thank you. Okay. A moratorium is a city action to temporarily prohibit new applications for a certain land use so the city has adequate time to research and establish regulations of certain land uses to ensure that these uses do not harm the public peace, property, health, and safety of the residents of the city of Pontiac. The city has determined that emergency ordinance is necessary to protect that health, safety, and welfare and prohibit the land use in such a way that could have the capacity to harm the city's residents. Michigan courts have recognized the moratorium as a common and legitimate planning tool to preserve the status quo while formulating a zoning review and planning development strategy. The city has considered the consequences of having no moratorium, but has determined that it is necessary to allow the city time to research and implement land use regulations, specifically in Article 8 of the city's municipal code. So tonight, it's 1, 2, 3 on the slides, but it's 2, 3, 4 on your agenda. There are 3 land uses. One is automobile service facilities, which includes tire shops. Automobile service facilities are gas and fueling stations, car washes, automobile repair facilities for more commercial, more the residents and visitors. That does not include industrial automobile repair facilities because those are really restricted to industrial zones. There's fewer places to put those and there's not as many applications. Number 2 on the presentation is places of assembly. This is a commercial facility for public assembly, including but not limited to arenas, auditoriums, conference facilities, banquet facilities, convention centers, exhibit halls, entertainment halls, and then theater and performing arts centers. And so this moratorium would include all of those, except we would exclude theaters and performing arts centers that would still be able to apply to the city. Now, places of assembly does not include churches. That would still be allowed. That is a different land use. Places of assembly does not include bars, restaurants, and taverns. That's a different land use, and that would be permitted through this. The third and last one is small box discount stores, which is a more formal term for dollar stores that would be prohibited while this moratorium was in place. So let's talk briefly about each of these. Automobile service facilities, staff counts approximately 57 of these within the city of Pontiac, and we're not even counting some that are within 500 feet of the border. There are a lot of them already. But staff, since I've been here 18 months, in my role as planning manager, we've had 9 applications or construction has commenced for those locations up there. So there's already been a lot of demand to move forward with these. A couple of these have not started construction yet, but I just wanted to share what we really have received applications for. Many of these have gone to Planning Commission for either new builds, remodels, or expansions. And then city staff has received informal inquiries from 8 new uses under this classification in the city. I'll note none of those applications are received. We don't have public records, but there's a threat for more of these to come in the city. So why do an emergency moratorium? It's because if we went through the normal process of going to Planning Commission with the public hearing, having 2 readings of City Council, we may see 7 or 8 applications of these, of people trying to get that in before the moratorium takes place. So this really allows a temporary pause of 9 months that we would not accept new applications during that time. Next. The next one is places of assembly. I listed the definition. Right now, the zoning code has a very generic land use. It includes a lot of different facilities, but doesn't specify the site design regulations for items like parking and safety and hours of operations. And some of these venues can sometimes be very massive and sometimes be very small, but we don't have a lot of regulations in place to ensure that these are safe things having to do with the alcohol sales, having to do with any other uses that are taking place here. And so we wanted to research and find better regulations that fit for the city of Pontiac. We have had an increase in the amount of new applications, and this is more in the 3 to 4 range, but we're starting to see more and more of them as we come. So this is a 9-month moratorium as well to help the safety, health, welfare of the city to research, review, and propose additional regulations. And again, theaters and performing arts centers are exempt from this moratorium. And number 3 is the small box discount stores, traditionally known as dollar stores. These land uses are usually built from new construction, but a recent trend is to convert vacant buildings in the city. It is a quick resource for residents. It does provide a resource, and it is important, but studies that planning staff has seen have shown negative effects on public safety, health, and well-being of the surrounding areas. Staff is proposing a 9-month moratorium on these small box discount stores to, again, research, review, and propose additional regulations for the land use. So, and so I did want to just finalize this, that any existing application that the city has received is able to move forward. Any existing use that is already up in operation, has a certificate of occupancy, is able to continue. This moratorium for each of these is only on new applications for the period of 9 months. Now, planning staff's goal with this is that we are going to be proposing 3 different ordinances that will be coming forward to Planning Commission, City Council at different times. So one of the 3 of these may come forward in 3 or 4 months to Planning Commission. They'd be offset a little bit, but 9 months is sufficient time for us, we believe, to research, review, and then to actually propose some meaningful regulations for both bodies to consider. So the recommendation is the approval. These are 3 separate ordinances, and emergency ordinances, and each will need a separate approval, and then they would take effect immediately. So.
Thank you. City Attorney, can you please share with us whether this sufficiently clears the bar of being an emergency ordinance?
Absolutely. So the city charter provides a process for adopting emergency ordinances. I'm going to read it from my phone so that you guys know exactly what it says. But it specifically states that an emergency ordinance must contain a statement of its urgency and must be necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, property, health, safety, or for the usual daily operation of a department. An emergency ordinance may be adopted on the day it is introduced. Publication of a summary thereof before adoption is not required, and an emergency ordinance may be given immediate effect. So unlike a typical ordinance, which under the charter has to have 2 readings before the city council, an emergency ordinance can be adopted today. And we do, in every single one of these 3 ordinances, contain a statement of the urgency, specifically in section 1 with regard to purpose. All of these ordinances make it very clear that the reason that the city is doing this is to preserve public peace, property, health, and or safety of the residents, and to make sure that the planning staff has adequate time to develop restrictions and safety concerns under the zoning ordinance, and that's what we're trying to do today. So yes, it does meet the requirements of the charter.
Thank you very much, and thank you for lifting verbatim what is stated in the city's charter and governing documents. So we're taking these item by item. Right now before us is about a 9-month moratorium on the issuance of any approvals for automotive service facilities and tire sales. So can you give us a broad sense of what qualifies as an automotive service facility and tire shop? So we're talking car washes, we're talking gas stations, we're talking oil changes.
Absolutely.
Tire shops are kind of set aside, but obviously that too. What other automotive service facilities?
Anything that is working on cars, those are the 3 main ones are really what falls under the category for this. So
this is an interesting side question, but I think you can address it. If somebody is doing car repairs or running an auto shop out of their home in a neighborhood, that isn't legal straight up anytime, right? Regardless of emergency ordinance or not, that is a violation for the city's code enforcement to pursue, correct?
that is not a permitted home occupation. So absolutely, we'd love to hear if there is something going on that appears as a commercial operation and not someone just tinkering on their own cars. But those land uses, again, would be part of this. Any service repair, body shop work, I mean, really falls under this category.
Thank you. Councilwoman Rutherford.
So you stated earlier that they could be applicants that's already applied, this covers them, but what if the applicant was denied and they're no longer an applicant, correct?
Their application is still under review because they filed the application within the appeal window, so it's still a valid application that is being considered. And Morgan, is there anything additional to add to that?
Just to make it exceedingly clear, as one part of each of these ordinances, there is language that very specifically states that any completed application that has been accepted by the planning department is not subject to this moratorium. So anything that is currently scheduled to be before council or planning commission or is currently waiting to receive a permit, that is not subject to this moratorium. It is anything that submits or is accepted by the planning department after this is adopted.
Councilwoman.
So I guess my follow-up was, why didn't you guys say unless it's been denied? Because that would actually make it so that, I'm asking for a reason. Why wasn't that put in the language? Because that would make it so that the individuals that's appealing couldn't appeal because they've been denied. Why wasn't that language put into this moratorium?
It's a due process issue. Under our zoning ordinance, they have the right to have an appeal to the city council. If we change that via this ordinance, they could sue the city claiming that they didn't have due process and that we enacted an emergency ordinance specifically to take that away from them, which is a constitutional right.
Okay, thank you.
Was that a hand? Pro Tem Carrington.
I just, a quick statement. And you mentioned some of these moratoriums. So this, I just want to let everybody know this is going to affect minority businesses, any minority businesses as well as we move forward for the next 9 months. So I'm definitely concerned with small businesses when it comes to minority businesses being able to operate in this city. But I'm also concerned is that you said that you plan to get the city master plan done within this time. So we have seen that those things are not necessarily worked out, and time is very of the essence in making sure that you guys get this completed in time, because I definitely won't support a moratorium past that date.
Thank you. What I wanted to say about these moratorium is this is really granular about these specific land uses. This is not looking at the future land uses in the city. It's not looking at the future vision of the city. And I think we're going to take some of the feedback we get from our stakeholders, from the public, as part of the public engagement process into effect. But we're not looking at granular detail about how many gas stations we should have at the city or what they look like. I think what we're making sure is that we're going to review our ordinances with best practices and with issues at hand and see that, does there need to be buffering requirements? Do we need to have better site design standards? Do there need to be certain distances from residents? Things like that are going to be evaluated for things like this. That is more granular than what the master plan is. I think there'll be a little bit that staff will be really taking away from some of those conversations at the master plan level, but this is separate than that. And thankfully, we have a consultant, McKenna, that's really, staff is working with McKenna, but we're able to work on these ordinances separately than the master plan process.
All right, thank you.
Councilman James.
Yeah, and again, that's my concern, that you're saying that you're going to be presenting 3 ordinances in regards to these issues. I'd like to see those ordinances run through this master plan process, because we definitely need to get our residents involved in the master plan. We need to have residents involved in helping to make those decisions in terms of what are the constraints that we're going to put with, the zoning rules, so that the bottom line is they get to live in their neighborhoods and to enjoy the places that they live. This is happening everywhere else. Residents get to have a say over where they live. And to me, why do a master plan if we've got a planning department that's going to plan separately from the master planning process? They need to be together. I want to see residents engaged in this master planning process and helping the city to resolve and to figure out what are the best ways to be able to protect the neighborhoods so that people can enjoy their largest investment, which is their homes. I just don't see this. I don't think we're going about it in the right way. I think that we need to merge those two. I definitely do not want to see a planning document around automotive services that has not gone through public engagement through the master plan. Because I think that is an appropriate part of government, that we give our residents the opportunity to have input on things like this.
Mayor Grimel.
Yeah, I don't want to speak for Planning Manager Yandrick, but I think what he's driving at is that we're putting in place this moratorium, and during that time, the master plan process will be going on. We will be having public engagement in more forums than one, and we intend to at least answer these questions around these kinds of establishments during that 9-month period, based in part on public engagement. Is that accurate, Manager Yandrick?
It is. And one of the things, I'm going to take a step back from the moratoriums for just a second. We have a master plan process. There will be a lot of public engagement. We're finalizing the process and dates. I'm happy to share that once that is finalized. Also, when the master plan is finished, we're expecting a zoning code rewrite. And it may be a brand new document. It may be a refresh where we're looking at specific land uses. All of those are going to incorporate public engagement strategies. But one of the things tonight is the reason we're asking for the moratorium. Councilwoman James has asked me to come to District 4's meeting, which I'm happy to join this month, is that there does seem to be an alliteration of unwanted land uses. And so this moratorium is the zoning tool just to temporarily help us. If you want a different time period, we can definitely consider that. But this is really to help us get some better regulations in place for the city of Pontiac.
I don't have a problem with the moratorium. I think what you're asking for is reasonable from the standpoint that, We've been in office 2.5 years now, and our master plan was expired when we took office. So, you know, we're really slow at working to the plan. So we definitely are behind the gun in updating our master plan. We have made so many changes, you know, with the whole marijuana ordinance, totally outside of the master plan. Master plan has nothing. We have not updated the plan as we go along. So I don't have a problem with the moratorium. My concern is we are in the process of updating the master plan, and I want to see our residents actively engage in making these kinds of decisions, or in structuring something that will be able to, that residents can live with going forward. They need to have that opportunity. Now, if I thought I heard you say that planning was going to rewrite these ordinances and bring them before council. And it sounded to me like that would be a separate process from what the master planning process is going to be doing. If I may have misunderstood you, but that's my thought was that you said the planning department was going to rewrite these ordinances.
Generally, when ordinances are written, that comes from the planning department. I was not speaking about the process to create those ordinances, but staff works with the Kelly firm to draft those ordinances, and that's what I was referencing when I mentioned planning would be writing the ordinances.
So how does the Kelly firm, which is a firm we hired to do the ordinance, and they're going to be doing in public engagement around that, but how is this going to tie together? Because what I don't want to see happen is planning and the Kelly firm making all the decisions and not the residents and the Kelly firm and planning.
And Council President, as part of this, I think this may be something we should continue to discuss in subcommittee, but we also have Planning Commission, City Council. We have public hearings to review this, and this is a process question. I'm not prepared to discuss this further tonight, but I'd be happy to hear any concerns and see how we can work together.
I'm not clear on what you were asking just there. So are you saying for the public engagement for what's to come next?
Yep.
Yeah, we can take many different opportunities. It could be, more public engagement through the city council structures.
Yeah.
But we want to obviously see with land use. What do we want to do with the land where we all live? We want to see engagement, feedback, input from the residents. And so it can be finessed on whether this is a standalone engagement question versus the broader master plan. But yes, that's an opportunity. Public hearings can be held even if it's not legally mandated. We can hold public hearings, sort of supplemental, additional public hearings, and I have no objection to that. Further discussion on the motion before us. It would be a 9-month moratorium, and this is specifically on automotive service facilities and tire sales. And as was shared, this does not impact the 50-some that exist, and this would not impact the 8 or so, is it 8, that have in the last year and a half are in the process of or begun constructing. Those addresses were up there. This is not impacting them. This is about, it's putting a hold or a pause on anything new that would come in while the rules are updated for Pontiac.
That is correct. It would only be for new applications.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on adoption of the emergency interim ordinance to enact this moratorium on the issuance of any new approvals for automotive service facilities, commercial, and tire sales for a period of 9 months.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The emergency ordinance is adopted. We're at number 3. Similar as before, but this is specifically about places of assembly. Is there a motion to adopt the emergency interim ordinance?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman. It's now before us for consideration. Please provide additional information. tell us what places of assembly are.
So again, places of assembly are commercial facilities for public assembly, including but not limited to arenas, auditoriums, conference facilities, banquet facilities, convention centers, exhibit halls, entertainment halls, theaters and performing arts centers. Now that's the definition from our zoning code. Theaters and performing arts centers would be prohibited from this ordinance. Again, this is a very generic land use. We're starting to see increased demand for these, and we just want to make sure that we have some proper regulations in place to for the health, safety, well-being of the neighborhood. So if there's any further questions, I'll be happy to entertain.
So this isn't explicitly numbered like before. How many places of assembly are in Pontiac right now, legally?
I don't have an exact number for places of assembly, but we assume that there's not an influx of the number of them in the community like we had for automobile service stations. But we have received 3 or 4 in the last probably 6 months, and we're starting to see demand for more of these. And a lot of times we're receiving applications. It's very vague as to what's going on there, and we feel that additional regulations would help, again, protect the safety, health and well-being. So,
Councilwoman James.
Yes, could you just share in the newer applications what kind of places of assembly are they? Are they rental halls? What are we looking at?
Again, rental halls. These even could be certain types of nightclubs. It really applies to anything where people are gathering that are excluding churches, which is a different land use. Recreational things are not included, and restaurants and bars. So yeah, correct. Rental halls, conference facilities, banquet facilities, convention centers, and exhibit halls would all classify as places of assembly.
Have we considered making the downtown area exempt from this?
We have not considered that. I would love to ask Morgan if that's a possibility.
It's a possibility. It would be a little bit abnormal. We would need to have a good justification for doing so. I think that we can generate that. We would just need to make it very, very clear in the language of the ordinance. The main concern and the reason that we're bringing this before you right now is that there are not any real regulations in the zoning code for places of assembly right now. Specifically, it's my understanding that there aren't hours of operation for these facilities, which is creating a severe issue with regard to enforcement, which is why we're bringing this moratorium before you guys. If I had to guess, I would say that places of assembly is probably one of the first ordinances that we will create regulations for the zoning ordinance, because we have more of an idea of what we need to do for those than some of the other ordinances. So I don't believe that this ordinance will last the full 9 months, if that's what we're concerned about.
Well, yeah, I'm concerned because downtown has its own authority, which is a little different from other areas. Downtown does have its own authorities that are working with businesses, and I'm just wondering if those should not be exempt from this. Those are my thoughts. I'd be interested in knowing how other people feel about it.
The city of Pontiac does not currently have a downtown development authority, but it does have a Main Street organization, a nonprofit organization that advocates for the downtown. So what it has, though, is a different zoning district. It's sort of referred to as the downtown district with C3? C2. So the only C2 in Pontiac, right? Is that true?
Correct.
So the only C2 in Pontiac is our downtown, inside the Woodward Loop. So that's a unique sort of way that we can sort of surgically address unique issues to downtown Pontiac. But, so what you're saying is that this might not be a 9-month process kind of gig. You know, a 3-month moratorium might even be realistic.
3 to 4. Yeah.
Okay, 3 to 4.
If I can add to Councilwoman James' point, I think we're very interested in having these type of land uses downtown. I think what we're trying to prevent is nuisances from getting approval that maybe the city is not aware of everything, or it gives us a little bit more control. So I think we're very interested in having these land uses downtown. But this is just a temporary pause to make sure we have the right regulations and we're asking the right questions when we're reviewing this land use.
Did you have a follow-up further, Councilwoman? Okay, Councilwoman Rutherford?
So the assembly, it was a building on Huron, this is a question for you, that had an incident where we had 3 people shot. Were they licensed to have that as an assembly place?
No, they were not. The city did not have applications for that site, and so they were running without any proper city licensing, and we were not aware prior to that they were operating.
Okay, that's the first one. The second one is located on the south side, that there was another gun incident. Did that individual have a license to have an assembly place?
I apologize, I may not know much about that location or if they had permits.
So the reason why I'm explaining it in that terms is so that people can understand that I'm saying it because I support this. I'm not against anybody having an assembly place. What I am against is people having illegal ones and people getting shot and maimed and destroyed. And I think when you put that into contents, I don't care who it is, if you're not licensed to have a business, you're not licensed to have an assembly place, you don't have proper security. We've had several individuals that are citizens from the city of Pontiac that have been hurt in these places. And so that, if you put that into contents as why we need this place, it's better. It gives people more continuity so that no one can say that you're trying to come after minority businesses or anybody else, what have you. But the real issue is that these individuals are having illegal activities, people are getting hurt and shot and killed, and they don't even have a license to be open. Would that be correct if I say that?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be interested to trim it down. That I don't think 9 months is necessary for this one specifically, but I'm curious if other council members feel the same way.
I definitely think we need to shorten this based on they don't know the number of what the number is for these facilities in the city. So it's hard to create a moratorium when we don't know exactly what's here. So I definitely think that 4 months should be feasible.
Would you like to move to amend strike the 9 month and substitute it with 4?
Yes.
Is there a second? For its places of assembly specifically, that's the motion before us.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilwoman James, that for what's identified on your written agendas as number 3, that's what's before us, specifically places of assembly, trimming that moratorium down from 9 months to 4. Any discussion on the changing from 9 to 4?
Staff would request 1 additional month because if this goes to informational session, maybe planning commission's reviewing it a little further. Sometimes this can be a 4 month process to really get this adopted once it's proposed. An additional month, I think, would go a long way for helping staff to really review best practices and what we want to have for there. So 5 months is staff's request if City Council wants to entertain that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you move your second?
I remove it.
Okay. I make a motion to
Support.
make it 6 months.
Support.
All right. It's been, the motion to amend that was on the floor was removed. So now a new motion to amend is to strike what was 9 months to instead read 6 months. So that's the amendment before us. Is there any further discussion on that motion to amend? It's tripping me out how young Melanie Rutherford looks. I'm loving this hair. Every time I look over you, 20 years younger. It's been moved and seconded. No further discussion on the motion to amend on this resolution for the adoption of an emergency interim ordinance. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on the motion to amend, taking it from 9 months down to 6.
Parker,
No.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That amendment carries, so we're back to the main emergency ordinance, but now as amended. It's incorporating that change. Further discussion on this particular matter? Okay, Councilman Park.
So we're not voting for the 6 months, right?
That's right. So it's adoption of the emergency interim ordinance to enact a moratorium on the issuance of any approvals for places of assembly for a period of 6 months to allow the city's planning division to research appropriate regulations of such facilities. Any further discussion, final discussion?
And get
Councilman James.
community input on it.
Yeah. All right, council, it has no further discussion. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the emergency interim ordinance as amended.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The emergency interim ordinance is now adopted. We're at what was number 4. Is there a motion for adoption of an emergency interim ordinance to enact a moratorium on the issuance of any approvals for small box discount stores,
So moved.
commonly known as dollar stores, for a period of 9 months to allow the city's planning division to research appropriate regulations of such facilities? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford. I heard 2 supports. Councilman Parker seconded, so that's now before us. Administration, further information.
So just to recap, small box discount stores are often known as dollar stores. There's many different commercial names for these businesses. The land uses traditionally have been built from new construction, but a recent trend in a lot of communities is to convert vacant buildings, and we just want to make sure that there's a limit. It's staff's understanding there's approximately 11 or 12. I'm confirming 1, but there is still enough in the city of Pontiac, amongst other businesses such as grocery stores and convenience stores. Those are different land uses. It is a quick resource for residents to be able to get some supplies, but some studies which will be shared as part of this review process with the public, with Planning Commission, with City Council, is that it does have negative effects on public safety, health, and well-being of the surrounding areas. And so staff is proposing a 9-month moratorium to research, review, and propose additional regulations for this site. I did want to quote from the ordinance just one thing. Things that are exempt, they're really not considered small box stores, are stores that contain a pharmacy, stores that sell gasoline and or diesel fuel, stores that primarily sell specialty food items, including but not limited to meat, seafood, cheese, oils, or vinegars, stores that duplicate 10% of their, that dedicate, 10% of their space to fresh foods, or stores that dedicate less than 5% of their shelf space to food sales. So, there are certain things that small businesses will still be able to operate here. If there is a true small grocer, that we feel that they would still be allowed to operate. This, again, is really classifying what is a small box discount store. So,
all right, Mayor Gremmel.
Well, I do just want to clarify, though, although those retailers that sell gasoline or diesel may not be covered by the small box discount stores, they are covered presumably by the other moratorium that was
they
already
would be.
voted
That
on.
is correct.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, this would not impact the existing dollar stores. This would not impact any that are pending or have submitted documentation. Are there any?
I do not believe we have one pending at the moment, so.
Thank you. Councilman Rutherford?
So I'm going to give you an example. On Auburn, there's 2 Family Dollars. And then when you go off of Auburn, there's another Family Dollars on Martin Luther King. And so my question is, why wasn't, and then when you go past that on Baldwin, there's 2 other ones, one at the beginning of Mount I know, I'm just counting what I know. Sorry, I wasn't trying to step on your toes, brother. I'm trying to ask a question. So my question is, why wasn't Family Dollar included in this? Because we're oversaturated with Family Dollars as well. Would you not think that? Because that's 6 that I pointed out.
I actually visited a few of these stores in the city to actually verify, some of the things we had in here. And dollar store, Family Dollar would be included. I believe most of the Family Dollars would be included in this.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because if you count, you said you have 11, but if you count them, it's actually 22, because it's 11 Family Dollars within the city of Pontiac. So that's what that's why I was trying to figure out. Y'all count just the Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Dollar. They've changed their names, and then you have. So are we counting them? Did you count them in the 11 that you said?
I would need to double. I do not believe that I did,
Okay.
but I would double check just the amount of groceries that they have in there, and that would really be the deciding thing.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to make sure that they're under this as well.
Absolutely.
So that the other one that's trying to open can't open.
Okay.
That's it.
But so an existing one would not future ones.
Right.
At
I'm
least
talking
for
about
a 9-month period.
That's what I referred to. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Goodman?
I was like, to paint a better picture of the number of them that exist, if we just treat my main road in my district being Baldwin, if you go from Baldwin on one end to the other, there was at one point at least 4. One of them is no longer open, but you had the Family Dollar at the corner of Baldwin and Montcalm. You had the Family Dollar that is at Baldwin and Columbia. You have there's actually, I think there's also one in the plaza with Save Plus, Save a Lot. So there's another one there. There's one on Baldwin. Like on one road alone, there's 5. And as someone who like grew up having to like get my necessities from a dollar store because that's poverty, it's a thing. It makes you have to do different things. There is just a dramatically large number of them within like singular districts, let alone throughout the entire city. And these are like, again, as you've brought this to us, these are businesses that like just keep popping up everywhere without really changing any of the dynamics of like meeting people's needs. There's just slightly more buildings for them to do it in that are still not taken care of the best. So I would say, like, in this process, I'm glad that you brought it. Like take a stronger look at that number. Because again, I think like there are probably like 11 Family Dollars or Dollar Generals combined in the city of Pontiac, and that's not including all of the like small dollar stores that are owned by individual people. So I just want to like highlight that in particular. That number is a lot larger.
And to pick up on a point that he just made, I have a big issue. I don't know that it would be addressed in a future ordinance. It might be more code enforcement and the compliance with their business licenses. But I think it is unacceptable the way that these large corporate brand stores, the way in which their cleanliness and presentation and just overall appearance, if you look at a neighboring city's dollar store of that same brand, it is night and day. And it isn't in Pontiac's favor, that contrast. We get the raw end of that deal. I think that it is unacceptable way that our residents, in many neighborhoods, it's awesome to have it so close. Many of you know that one of my jobs is with Oakland History Center at the Wisner House on Cesar Chavez, District 3. But to be able to walk right across, there are so many people in the neighborhood that use it. But it's unacceptable that then the store they have to walk into is dirty, unkempt, has boxes of stock all over. So that's not influencing my decision on this. I just figure since the topic's hot and we're all thinking about it, I just really want to drive that home because Pontiac deserves better. Our shoppers and our residents don't deserve that lesser treatment. So if it can be looked at, or if there are things that we can do to make sure that we are hitting that mark, this seems to be an industry or a type of store classification that seems to have a very acute issue and an inability to meet those standards for our Pontiac residents. Yeah. Councilwoman James.
Thank you for making that point. I definitely agree with you, and that is something that we should kind of work on because we need to change that. But what I wanted to comment on is that this is one issue that continuously comes up in our district council meetings because we're so saturated with these kinds of businesses that residents are not happy with it. And so because of that, I think this is something we definitely need to move forward with. Yeah.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Councilwoman Rutherford.
I have one more question. So after the 9 months, if we needed to add more time, we will be able to under this. And I'm asking because on July 12th, all of the Rite Aid stores will be closing in the state of Michigan and in the state of Ohio. And so those are centrally located. The one I'm worried about the most, if you guys know where the gas station is on Martin Luther King, that's going to be prime real estate for a dollar store. And so I'm worried because they're closing Rite Aids, and like they're going out of business. So if we need to extend that, do we have the power? That's why I'm asking.
City Council has the ability to extend a moratorium. There has to be some reasons given by the city as a whole to extend it further. But from staff's perspective, we hope to engage in a process that we would be able to propose some meaningful regulations at that time. But as long as the extension is reasonable and not seeming like a permanent, just keep rolling the ball, generally that is okay by the courts. Is that appropriate?
Yeah. Yep. I'm just concerned about what's okay. Yep. So thank you.
Yep.
Is there an interest from council to extend what's proposed from 9 months to something more like 12 months?
That's what I was going to say.
Councilman Parker?
Well,
microphone.
I'm sorry. Thank you. As I sit and listen to what they're talking about, I'm just wondering, you have enough staff to be able to make this all come to place in 9 months? And so I would certainly be supportive of extending that period of time, because you guys are busy now trying to get all the things done. You're adding more to your plate. Will you have enough staff to be able to bring all this to the table in the time frame that you've suggested?
Part of, I believe that we can do it in a reasonable time, and especially not doing these at once and offsetting them. We don't anticipate being extensive ordinances that are 40 pages. These should be very succinct, very direct about what is required by these future land uses in the city or what the buffer yards are. I think part of it is making sure we have the correct process in place with the subcommittee if we start engaging with the public on these, but I do feel confident we can do this in a reasonable amount of time.
Mayor Graham?
Yeah, I certainly have no problem with a longer moratorium of 12 months. The only thing I want to check in on is with the attorney, is there any legal limit on how long it can be? Is 12 months okay?
So that's a great question. Courts don't. Essentially, the reason that this is a question is because the city council cannot make decisions via moratorium that are effectively an ordinance for the zoning ordinance that should have been adopted in accordance with the Zoning Enabling Act. So you can't just have this one meeting and adopt an ordinance on an emergency basis that should have followed the process under the Zoning Enabling Act. So historically, courts have required that these types of moratoriums have a certain time period to make sure that you're not taking legislative action via non-legislative ways. However, the courts have approved moratoriums up to 13 months, so 12 months we would be safe. I just would recommend we not make it any longer than 12 months.
Councilman Rutherford.
I make the motion to make the moratorium 12 months.
Support. It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman to amend the proposal before us, striking the 9-month length and substituting it to be 12-month moratorium. And I think that that would be very necessary because of the extensive community feedback that we have received and expect to receive. We expect this to pop off a lot more than maybe a tire shop. So it'll take us some more time to field that feedback and make sure it is reflective of what the residents want to see for small box discount stores going forward. And there is a lot of, we haven't talked about it too much, but there has become more and more academic research on the impact of small box discount stores on communities of color, urban communities, socioeconomically disadvantaged communities. So it's going to, we have a lot of body of research that we can delve into and that the community can delve into in this topic too, and that might take some more time. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend from 9 to 12 months? Hearing none, roll call Clerk Doyle on the proposed motion to amend.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are back to, so that amendment is adopted. It is now incorporated into what's before us. So this is the final of the three. Again, we're talking specifically about small box discount stores or dollar stores. And the point was very valid made in terms of wanting to make sure that we aren't punishing or making it harder for black and brown owned businesses, minority owned businesses. We find that, of course, for automotive service facilities, tire sales, places of assembly, I'm not too sure about the ownership of small box discount stores, but we have Asian Pacific Islander, Arab American, African American, Hispanic owned businesses that fall into all those categories. But that's true of our existing businesses. So if we don't get it right for all the new businesses coming in, no matter what their background or profile of the business person, we might be undercutting those existing minority businesses because it's flooding, it is sort of oversaturating the Pontiac market for businesses that can't sustain it. So I just want to make that point. It's not the true rule for every instance, but that if we have endless new businesses of a certain category, we're actually undercutting our existing Pontiac businesses that they might have to go under or close because there's just too much competition. It's too oversaturated. Any further discussion on this proposed emergency interim ordinance to enact the moratorium for small box discount stores? Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The emergency interim ordinance is now enacted, so there's a moratorium of 12 months for small box discount stores. We commonly know them as dollar stores. We're at number 5 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the scheduling of a public hearing on the appeal request? Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilwoman James. This is an appeal request of a special exception permit denial of an automotive services facility at 382 Franklin Road. We'd be setting that public hearing at the last city council meeting of this month, July 30th. So this has not been prompted by the city, the planning commission, the mayor, or the city council. This is the only type of permit that the way in which it can be appealed is plopping it here at city council. The other denials, they can appeal, but that would go to the zoning board of appeals. For some reason, maybe the city attorney knows, but special exception permits only, their appeal comes to us. And so in order to comply with the state law and not give anyone grounds to be able to sue us and win so that we have to pay for it as taxpayers, we're going to satisfy that legal requirement. So there's going to be a public hearing, and then it would be at that meeting that we would render that decision. The Planning Commission, I want to say it was unanimous or near unanimous, but the Planning Commission had at its last meeting a special exception permit request for a gas station and convenience store at the southwest corner of Franklin Road and South Boulevard. It's currently vacant land. They were proposing gas station, convenience store, and automotive service facilities, all in the city of Pontiac, require a special exception permit. So no matter where they're going or they're proposing to go, it's a layer of protection, because when you're dealing with vehicles or gasoline and all that, there's health implications, there's property value implications, noise, it's all these things. Am I describing that correctly? That we have the right as a city through our planning commission to say, will we give this exception or not for automotive service facilities? And of course, they have to also meet whatever the zoning is for that land. So that's what they went to the Planning Commission for. A lot of citizens came out, and I want to thank those that live nearby that helped shape that decision. The Planning Commission, of which I am one of the voting members on behalf of the City Council, I'm the one elected representative that can be on that body. So that is the decision that the Planning Commission made. That property owner and business owner is appealing it. We have to set that public hearing, and we have to consider that appeal request, and that's being proposed for the July 30th meeting. You're welcome to provide feedback leading up to that to the City Council, but also it'll be a carved out specific time just on that topic. So if you or your neighbors want to be there, that's at our July 30th City Council meeting, 6 p.m. We'll have it earlier on in the meeting. Anything else you needed to add for that?
The applicant filed the appeal within the 10-day appeal window. I did want to share that. This is the first time in a long time an appeal is coming to City Council. I did want to share on next week's agenda item tentatively is a discussion item, or a presentation, excuse me, where our attorney will be doing a small presentation about what is City Council's role in this appeal, and really just set the tone of administratively, just to kind of help you understand what that role is on the 30th, assuming this gets approved tonight. Approval of this resolution this evening really helps staff get the public hearing notice out as required to Oakland Press, and do another mailing within 500 feet. So we will begin that process tomorrow if this is approved. So
if anyone who owns property within 500 feet of that impacted area is to be mailed, but that does not mean that the public hearing is only available to them. Anyone who wants to offer feedback and perspective, you have standing and the ability to do so. Councilman Goodman? Okay. The presentation next week will be sort of about process and what our role is. The Planning Commission meeting did have the applicant there. He spoke. There was a sort of a presentation of what their concept was. So if you want to go back and watch the Planning Commission, you can. You can also review, once the Planning Commission meets this coming Wednesday night, the adopted minutes in terms of what was discussed. But should City Council and the community expect like a recap? Is the appeal sort of another sort of bite at the apple for them to say, can I get approval for this special exception?
Yes, so the city council can make any decision that the planning commission could have when it was before the planning commission. That includes approval, denial, or approval with conditions. And the applicant will be invited and will be entitled to present to the city council at that public hearing, or following that public hearing.
Further discussion on that? The motion before us is setting the public hearing only. This is not the decision on whether that appeal will be approved or not. Everyone clear? Hearing nothing further? Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on adoption of the resolution authorizing the scheduling of a public hearing on the appeal request of a special exception permit denial of an automotive services facility at 382 Franklin Road for the July 30th, 2024 City Council meeting.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
No.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and you're all encouraged and invited to come to the public hearing as part of that July 30th meeting. We're now at number 6 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution awarding the Community Development Block Grant Sidewalk Repair Contract to Great Lake Contracting Solutions, LLC? This is for the 2023-2024 CDBG cycle, and that's $871,562.50. Is there a motion?
A motion?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman James, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Mayor Grima, you have the floor.
Thank you. So we're joined by Zach Hoppola of the DLZ engineering firm, and I want to ultimately turn it over to him. But I do just want to frame the discussion here. So we have some funds that were allocated through the CDBG program for sidewalk repair in a number of locations around the city. And we want to enter into a contract with the contractor to actually start that work. And so that's what this agenda item is all about. I think what's probably most important, Mr. Hoppola, for folks to know is where the planned work is going to occur. I know that you've included some documentation about where work has already occurred in recent years when it comes to sidewalks, but I think people are going to want to know where is the upcoming work going to occur. So I know you plan to touch on that as part of your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. So as we talked about, Community Development Block Grant with Oakland County. It's been a practice since about 2018 that the city has been utilizing those funds for sidewalk replacement. So in the agenda packet, which is available online if anyone would like to look it up, there is a map that shows all of the areas that we have touched since 2018 that's color-coded by year. Additionally, we've included the individual maps for what was bid on by Great Lakes Contracting. And so those areas that encompass the dollar amount is, so you got region 15, right along Perry there. We've got region 12. We've got region 3, region 2, and region 9. So there's an extensive amount of work, hence the high dollar amount. And so that hits 5 of the 6 districts. Additionally, as you can see in the body of this text, there is some funds that we're looking to potentially spend for the 2023 CDBG funds. And so we're welcoming the addition of other areas that are CDBG eligible. So all of these areas are for Community Development Block Grant eligible areas.
Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman Parker.
So please explain that a little bit, because basically, when we approve this, there's going to be a lot of areas of the city calling council people concerning their sidewalks. So
yes, sir.
Please tell us how you determine what's DBG eligible. I know that answer, but
yeah. So you've got basically two aspects to this entire program, correct? So you've got the CDBG eligibility, which is based off of income, the average income in that area based off of how many people are in the household. That can be found on Oakland County's website. If you type in Community Development Block Program, it kind of outlines that. And so we've had a map that we've been utilizing to determine which areas we can actually perform this work in. Then the second aspect of that is we are replacing any sidewalk that is not compliant with the American Disabilities Act, or ADA. So that's if you've got a large trip step in between two what we call flags of sidewalk, if you have major spalling where the pigmentation of the top of the sidewalk is completely deteriorating, causing issues. If you have major cracks and fractures, basically the thing is just falling apart. There's a list of criteria that our engineer, Noack and Fraus, actually goes out, determines which sidewalks need to be replaced, make sure they're in the CDBG eligible areas, and then put that together. And that's how this entire list has been formalized.
And just a follow-up question, and I'd like to yield to the administration concerning sidewalks that seem to be coming up by the trees that are in between the city portion of the other side of the sidewalk to the street. And residents are being told that they are required to fix these sidewalks. So I just want to get it on record, is that true or not? Because a lot of residents having issues with the trees that sometime in the past the city put in front of their house, and now it's tearing up these sidewalks. And just want to make sure, what's the process of residents getting those sidewalks fixed?
Yeah, that has been past practice in the city. However, there's some ambiguity in the ordinance, number one, and number two, I think we want to review what's best practice, not what the city has always done, but what's best practice moving forward. So we're planning to undertake a review of that ordinance and make a determination moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Parker. Oh, do you want to add something?
Yeah, and if I may, we are touching on that at Councilwoman James at our next subcommittee meeting. We've already put together kind of a framework for what that may look like based on the city's current ordinance, and kind of look at things future tense, so we can start putting together those discussions and evaluating maybe what the city's done in the past. Maybe that's not what we need to do, but we're trying to get ahead of things, correct? So we can start addressing that.
Definitely we don't need to be doing that to our residents. I'm just going to say that for the record.
Yes, sir.
I've had several of these calls the last 3 years. They went through the process and someone comes out and tells them it's their responsibility. That doesn't work. These are seniors. That's not a good policy, especially when you can see that the tree is bringing the sidewalks up. And very visible. This is nothing that the residents have done. So actually I tell residents, don't let the city put any more trees in front of their house. That's what I tell residents. I know we love trees, I love trees, but if we don't make the residents pay for sidewalks, then that's an issue in itself.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Brother President, you mentioned that only 5 of the 6 districts was approved for sidewalk repair. Which one wasn't?
So District 6 was not included, but again, we're looking at including more work after the awarding of this contract, because the contract was only for these said areas. And we are looking to expend our entire pool of CDBG funds since they've been allocated for sidewalks. And so that has been conveyed to us from the county after we kind of posted this out. So we couldn't make any changes until after the contract's actually awarded. So we are looking to expand the scope, and that's why in the body of the text, you actually see that $1 million figure for available funds. We are looking to expend all of those dollars by the end of this calendar year. However, tonight in front of you is only awarding the contract that was bid on, and we will talk about what the next steps would look like to add to that scope that's in front of you.
And you also mentioned that income has a
Yes, sir.
influences what sidewalks get repaired?
Yes, as far as utilizing CDBG funds from the county. So these are not funds that the city receives and then we pay the contractor directly. These are direct payments being made from the county. We are just overseeing the actual project itself.
The reason I'm asking that question is because it seems like whenever there's sidewalks to be repaired, that District 5 seems to always gets missed. And I'm just curious to how we get included.
Yeah,
District 5, Rich.
Yeah, so District 5, Region 15 is included.
Order in the chair.
I think there's a small portion of District 5, but the larger portion seems to be left out. And I know they think but my father's rich, but he still got me on the budget. So is there any plan, because I remember the last map I looked at before you got here, sir, was that a good portion of District 5 was not included in this process, and there's a number of sidewalks that need to be looked at and repaired in District 5, and I would ask that you would look at that more closely, because just because some of the folks in District 5 may be a little bit more well off, don't mean that the sidewalks, they have the money to fix their sidewalks.
And if you look on Exhibit 6, Region 15 in District 5 there, you've got a large portion that is actually being addressed in this project.
Yeah, but that's not District 5. I don't think. I believe that's District 6.
I apologize. We have it listed. It's listed under, it says 5-Region 15. So that could be incorrect. I apologize for that. But again, we've got, the maps are in your packet as far as the exact streets that are being addressed.
And
that's what I was raising my.
Next on the speakers list is Councilwoman James.
I've had my question answered.
For a first time, Councilman Rutherford.
I just want to make sure I'm going by these streets. In District 1, it's Argyle, Avon, Berkeley, Canterbury, Dover, Gulf Drive, Old South Telegraph, Oxford, and Roland, correct? That's in Exhibit 5, Regional 12, Sidewalk Improvement.
Yes.
Okay, so that's basically Washington Park.
That's right.
That's all. Regional 12 was Washington. That's.
Yes.
Are there any, is there any other streets that I'm missing in District 1? Because I see Exhibit 3, and that's District 3.
Yes.
And in District 2, you guys chose Elizabeth, Spokane, Liberty, Newberry, Ogama, Utica, Telegraph, Daytona, Waldo, Monroe, Murphy, Dwight, Mark, Thorpe, Lincoln, and North Johnson. So my question is, how did this district, and I'm just asking, get 4, 8, 12, 16, whereas 2 other districts, counting including Exhibit 6, got 10 streets, and District 1 only got 9?
So again, I'd have to confer with Nowak and Fraus engineers, since they're the ones that kind of go through and actually identify which pieces of sidewalk need to be addressed and which ones are CDBG eligible and which ones have not been touched since 2018. So there's a lot of factors to understand here, hence the large map showing everything since 2018, everything that's been addressed, all of the areas that will be addressed this calendar year. And then again, you've got numerous different factors to consider of which sidewalks need to be addressed and which are eligible for CDBG funds.
So I guess my follow-up would be very simple. Was Motor not eligible for CDBG funds? Because I know Motor.
I could not answer. I cannot answer if Motor is or is not.
I'm sorry, sir.
Order in the chambers. I know we love a broken sidewalk.
So if I may, Councilwoman,
Yes.
so if you look at the actual full map of the previous years, you can see that you've got all the northern state streets along Motor were addressed in 2021. So that is Montana, Nevada, Nebraska, Wyoming, Colorado, California, Arthur, Harvey, Highland, Bloomfield, Howland. Those
Right,
were,
but I'm
yes.
talking about the whole street of Motor.
Yes, ma'am. And I could not answer that accurately tonight as to whether or not there is a cutoff line where there's a CDBG eligibility gap there.
Okay.
I can't speak to that tonight.
President, can you ask the administration to give me some contents as to why Motor, which I've been complaining about for over 2 years, and half of it you can't even find the sidewalks, was not chosen instead of just one. And I don't have a problem.
Maybe that's why. It is so overgrown with trees that haven't been cut
Child, bad. I just need the administration to answer a question, please.
Ms. Rappel.
If I may, Councilwoman, so you did bring up Motor at our subcommittee meeting 2 months ago. Again, the RFP was out at the time, so we couldn't include it in the scope, but that you have made sure to note to us that Motor needs to be included and looked at. So we would love to add that in the additional funds that are available. We just can't do that at this time until the contract is awarded, and then we can do a change order and include more into the scope.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Carrington, Pro Tem.
Yep, so I just want to go on record that some of the District 6 streets are here, as well as Summer 4 and Summer 5. But you got it as Exhibit 6, so that covers a few streets from each of those districts. So I just want to make sure that, for the record, so everybody don't start calling me and saying that I'm getting attacked because I didn't fight for no streets in the 6.
Order in the chambers.
But the thing is that it's imperative that we highlight a process of making sure that we really hitting the most important streets that are really needing a lot of repair on. So many streets I don't think need repair on. I've been down so many streets, but some streets definitely that are not on our list need some repair. So I just want to make sure the administration knows that.
And a related but separate question, Mayor, is the Oakland County Water Resources Commission, when they're doing all their major sewer and line replacement, is some sidewalk sections also getting replaced where they're digging up to?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
And that obviously doesn't include CDBG funds. So if they're digging up a sidewalk because they're repairing a water or sanitary sewer line, then that sidewalk would be repaired as part of that project.
And similar with Consumers Energy as well, right? If they're doing a new line to a home, sometimes they'll do sections of sidewalk replacement.
That's right, and that's done at Consumers Energy's expense.
Is there anything in the general fund related to sidewalk repair or replacement?
There is not.
Okay, so we're basically got so there's a slice?
There is apparently a small amount.
Yes.
You want to break that down?
We do, every year we do perform some sidewalk saw cutting, where we actually have a contractor that comes in and cuts down the trip step hazards. So they can't replace the sidewalk, but it's eliminating the trip step hazard to make it ADA compliant. So that is a fraction of the cost for replacement. And so it's a practice the city has been continuously using to utilize the city dollars at its maximum capacity to make repairs, not replacements.
And that doesn't have any limitations on CDBG only tracked, so that is something that's citywide. If you find that there's a trip hazard, there may be ability for the Department of Public Works contractor. Do they contract that out?
Yes, sir.
That's right. So the saw cutting, just so folks know what that means, it's essentially sanding down or cutting off a portion of the concrete so that concrete or a sidewalk that was not level becomes level by cutting off or sanding down the higher edge of a concrete slab so that it actually is level and is flush with each other. And that's a much less expensive approach, but it only works in certain situations depending on the condition of the sidewalk. And so that's what the engineer is referring to. And then just to try to answer some of the other questions, I can guarantee you that Motor Street is in fact CDBG eligible in terms of income profile. So that's not the issue there. The issue is really that we have a lot of need around the city for sidewalks. We have more need than we have dollars. And so the intent is to try to spread the wealth around to different districts. Obviously there are, well, maybe just one district. I thought the Exhibit 6 was entirely in District 6, but it sounds like some portions of that pro tem may be outside of District 6. But there are, I thought, 2 districts that were really being missed in terms of this contract, Districts 7 and District 5, I thought. But perhaps I stand corrected by Pro Tem Carrington. But the other consideration is where has sidewalk work occurred in recent years? So as we try to spread the wealth, it's not just about this year as a snapshot, it's about what districts have gotten work in recent years. And obviously a big portion of Motor and the adjoining or adjacent streets were covered 3 years ago. So that's the intent. We have more need than we have money, and we're trying to get around the city and do sidewalk repair in a number of locations. Having said that, we actually have more money dedicated to sidewalk repairs this year than this contract, as Mr. Hoppel has indicated. So there's $1.3 million available, I believe that's the figure, this year for sidewalks. This contract awards a little less than $900,000. Now, there might be some overages there. There might be some change orders needed just for that scope of work. But our expectation is that we may be able to expand the scope of work as well. Any decision to do so would require council approval and come back before council.
And to that I say, don't be leaving District 7 out in the cold for the balance of that money. A petty boy would vote against this, but I won't, because there are sections of District 7 that have been hit in previous cycles, and I look forward to the next cycles to keeping that rotating. Queen of Motor Street.
Thank you. So Golf Drive has funding already that has been given to them, and Old South Telegraph has funding as well because they're currently doing a repair on those streets. So my question is, why are we giving money for sidewalks when they already had their money for sidewalk included in the development and the redevelopment of those streets? And couldn't we move that money from Golf Drive that you have on here and Old South Telegraph to Motor? Because let me tell you why I'm saying this. Golf Drive already had their money. Old Telegraph already got their money. So we don't got to spend this money on them sidewalks. We can spend it on Motor Street.
Well, that's the operative question. What was the funding source for sidewalks for those two construction projects? And is this the Pontiac portion or Pontiac contribution for it? Because we don't want to make the Golf Drive people mad.
We're not going to make them mad, but they even said something. Y'all can calm down. What I'm saying is, didn't they have the money? If they have the money, we should move it from there. So I'm asking, I yield to the administration because I know that you told me and you made a big old announcement that it was all paid for and the sidewalks was paid for and the city only had a minimum amount. So move that for those two streets over to Motor Street. So I just need somebody to tell me, was it all paid for? If it was all paid for, move it. That's what I'm asking. So I yield to the administration for clarity so I can get the truth. And here we go.
She yielded to you, so I can't interject.
Well,
Mayor Grima, you have the floor.
I'm not sure I understand what the councilwoman is referring to, so I'll just answer what I know. I don't believe sidewalks are included as part of the Gulf Drive project. We've talked about that at past city council meetings. Now, if I'm wrong about that, Mr. Hoppel will let me know. But that's been discussed at past city council meetings that when this was put out for bid, they were not included because there's not enough right-of-way in that stretch. And again, we've talked about this at past city council meetings, so this isn't new information. That's number one. Number two is I don't know that there's any excess money in terms of the city match for the Gulf Drive and Bagley project, but I defer to Mr. Hoppel.
So before you refer to him,
but he
okay,
can't claim that.
Go ahead, because I can't
Time
wait
you
to.
yielded. So, sir, you were able to answer that.
Yeah, so I guess I am a little lost here because I'm not necessarily seeing where golf is, and as far as in these exhibits, which exhibit are you referring to? Because I've got 6 of them, and I'm trying to.
Exhibit 5. It says streets included in Regional 12. It has Argyle, Avon, Berkeley, Canterbury, Dover, Golf Drive.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
There is this, yes,
and
there is.
before you
It's in the region not being done. They're describing what's in the region, right?
Yes.
So it's not being done.
That's just listing the streets that are included in Region 12.
So it's really only 7 streets in District 1 that y'all repairing and not 9 that y'all have up
Yes, ma'am.
here. I just got one question.
Yes, ma'am.
How much?
I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. I'm asking because I've been talking about this forever, so this is why this is an issue for me. How much money is set aside for this year? I mean, if we wanted to take money, can we add? I just want to get Motor Street fixed. that's what.
So as I mentioned earlier, we have already accounted, like you have brought it up at our subcommittee meeting about getting that added. And so that has actually been on our high priority list to add it to the scope because of how adamant you've been about how bad the sidewalk is there. So we would love to add that to the scope. I just cannot do that until the contract is awarded, so then we can utilize the additional funds. So again, we can absolutely add it. We can't do it in the current scope in the current contract. So we have specifically noted to NOAC and Frous to look at those areas, because I believe you brought this up 2 or 3 months ago, when we mentioned that this was out for RFP, you addressed that we had not touched that area. We asked Noack and Frost to look at that, and that has been included in the consideration for additional work to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Goodman.
Just so it doesn't seem like I'm sitting here silently, I'm going to talk to my one District 3 resident that I know of in the room.
And the millions watching.
Yeah, the millions of people watching from all across the country who live in District 3. District 3 has done very well in terms of getting sidewalk improvements in the most recent years. So I'm not bemoaning it a decent amount tonight because we have actually been getting things done in District 3. So tonight's not my night to tell them that I need more when other people deserve to have things. I know, thank you.
And so I'll be looking in District 7 at Region 13 specifically for the future, sandwiched between Pike and Auburn and bounded by MLK and northbound Woodward. That section there has not been touched in previous hits, and I know firsthand and from residents that that's a big concern. We're grateful that Pike Street itself is going to have the world's most amazing sidewalk, but we just don't want then to be, you turn from Pike onto Ardmore or Sanford or something, and it's the world's worst sidewalk. So thank you very much. Let's give this fellow a hand because he's the messenger. This wasn't even his engineering firm. Thank you for fielding our questions. We don't normally applaud a contracted individual here, but thank you for taking our sidewalk-related slings and arrows. So for us to get through this phase, we need action. Is there any further discussion on the resolution before us? And we look forward to the next 400,000, 500,000 or so batch to come as we keep layering in these improvements. But don't hesitate. If you've got a trip hazard, contact the city so that way if it can be saw-cutted in the meantime.
Just one question.
Yes.
So if this is approved, when does the sidewalk work start?
Good question.
That is a fantastic question. So we will immediately reach out to the contractor, get a pre-construction meeting set up with them. There's always a point to emphasize getting things done within 2 weeks of that pre-construction meeting. And at that meeting, we will also be talking about bandwidth for the extra work to be done and when all of this is going to look like. In our contract, we've got 120 days for all of the work to be completed. Again, with adding extra work, it may take longer than that, but we will be scheduling that pre-construction meeting, if approved here tonight, within the next week or two, depending on the contractor's availability, and then another week or two from there for construction to actually start. And we will inform all of the residents of when this will be happening, where it's happening, all of that as this all unfolds.
Okay, and so I guess my only thing to the administration, are you guys going to send out communication to those lovely streets, letting them know that work will be done, and how are we going to do that?
Great question.
Yeah, we do intend to do that. We first obviously need to know the date in question because it doesn't do much good to communicate to people that sidewalks will be repaired unless we have at least a rough estimate in terms of that time frame. But once we know that, we're going to we're sort of debating whether we should go door to door in those areas and actually put things on the door handles, which would be one approach, or whether it's better to send it through regular mail. But we'll be doing one of those two approaches.
All right, and I want to acknowledge that we also have Mr. Matthew Turner-Reed here. Are you speaking on this, or is there anything you need us to know? Are you involved in the CDBG world? No. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you for making the time to be here tonight. The question is now before us, and I just want to point out as a friendly reminder, we want more of these block grant dollars so we can invest more into the community, and that's why this city council and this administration has worked so hard to bring it back in-house. The emergency manager farmed it out to Oakland County, and they shave off an administrative fee that adds up. We want those dollars back on our streets, back on our sidewalks, so that way more of these monies, like tonight, can impact more of our neighborhoods in need. So that's a priority that a lot of work has been done, and we'll keep moving that needle. Hearing no further discussion, roll call Clerk Doyle on this resolution before us.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The resolution has been adopted, the contract is approved, and thank you again for your able insight. We're at number 7 on our agenda. It's a resolution to schedule a public hearing for July 30th, 2024 at that City Council meeting to establish a neighborhood enterprise zone, shorthand NEZ. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution? Is there a second? It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman James. We give the floor to the administration to state their rationale. State your business.
So this is another innovative approach to try to help incentivize more housing in the city primarily is why we're proposing this. And this would designate a broad area of the city as a neighborhood enterprise zone. So we're excited about this proposal. I do just want to clarify that establishing the zone does not mean that every property in that zone automatically gets a tax abatement. What happens is, it's sort of like, and I know council has followed this, the Obsolete Property Rehabilitation Act, the OPRA. You designate a zone, and a person within that zone can then apply for a specific property to qualify, and that's the same as an NEZ works. So just because the zone is really big doesn't mean every property there gets a tax break, because if that were the case, the city would go broke in a hurry. But what it does mean is any property within that zone can then apply for a property-specific tax incentive as part of a redevelopment project or new construction project. And with that, I'll turn it over to Matthew so that we can get into the details.
Yeah, thank you so much, Council, Mayor, Deputy. Looks like you were reading right off of my sheet because you had all of my bullet points here. But nonetheless, my name is Matthew Turner-Reed. I'm the Housing Development Specialist here at the City of Pontiac, working under the Economic Development Division here. So the City of Pontiac is looking to establish a neighborhood enterprise zone, or an NEZ as we like to call it, within the city limits. The neighborhood enterprise zone is a designated area that provides a tax incentive for the development and the rehabilitation of residential housing. The intent of this initiative is to spur additional housing development and rehabilitation, to promote owner-occupied housing across various neighborhoods within the city, and also stir up revitalization within our wonderful neighborhoods here. The NEZ designation will allow for a tax incentive that will be in place, if approved, for up to 15 years. And much like how the mayor said, it operates similar to an OPRA, where any project, any owner or developer who's looking to utilize those NEZ benefits, they would have to come to council, and that would have to be approved by them. So before the resolution is passed, or before we can enact that, we have to have a public hearing regarding this within, I believe, not more than 30 days prior to that resolution of that. So that is why we are here, to establish that. And I believe that will be set for July 30th, which I believe is the last council meeting of the month.
All right, thank you very much. Pro Tem Carrington, followed by Councilman Parker.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. And one of your whereas, you mentioned Exhibit A and Exhibit B, but they're not in the package, so I was unable to see what area that you guys were proposing this particular zone. So
I'm sorry about that.
Could you tell us the area?
They should certainly be in there. I actually have copies of the map if you'd like to receive those copies now.
If you could.
Yes.
Yeah.
And hand it to the clerk. And, ladies and gentlemen, this hardworking member of the City of Pontiac team is the power behind the home repair program, working mightily to get those repairs moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any further questions before I hand it off next? Councilman Parker, you're on the floor.
President, but he passed out a map, so now let's see where the areas are. Thank you.
Okay. So we're talking about just over 1,800 acres, or about, is this right, just under 15% of the city of Pontiac?
That is correct. I believe the limit for an NEZ within a municipality is 15% of the city, so we wanted to get as many areas that already have some housing development items that are already going to kind of further spur that.
And this can be modified, and a neighborhood enterprise zone can be modified as time goes on. Should we'd probably have to follow the same process, right? Have a new public hearing, or it's okay if you don't know that offhand. We
I
can
would-
talk about that more at the public hearing, but.
Yeah, we would definitely get more into more explicit details on the day of the public hearing. I don't have that answer in front of me right now. However, I can certainly get that answer to you before the end of the week.
Okay. And this is a state action, or is it a state zone or a federal zone? The neighborhood enterprise.
This goes to local taxing authorities, so I know that this was sent to Oakland County as well as the state of Michigan to be recognized.
But is it something that's carved out in federal law or state law that allows for neighborhood enterprise zones that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Morgan can answer
All right.
these questions.
Deputy Mayor or City Attorney, whoever. Madam City Attorney, help us out.
Yes, absolutely, that is correct. It is a state law tax incentive.
Okay. And it's to spur growth, spur development, new housing. So by us as the citizens saying, one, we allow it, and two, this is where we allow it, it's us trying to strategically identify. From my understanding at the subcommittee level, it can be modified as we need. If we find that there are certain portions of the city that, not really bearing fruit, we want that to stimulate where we've got now vacant land or something like that, that it can be modified. So that way, as the master plan works through, the housing study works through, we can shift strategically. So we look forward to more information at the public
Yes,
hearing.
that is exactly correct.
Thank you. Pro Tem?
Yes, President, again, it's just a follow-up question concerning these particular areas. Was these based on a number of vacant city-owned lots in that area, in those areas?
I believe that these areas were chosen based on current revitalization efforts that are ongoing right now. I know that Lighthouse, their campus was added to that, as well as a few other items as well. But again, we will dig more in depth into the weeds of how we came up about it, about these this map here, and everything else at the public hearing.
All right, thank you.
And we request that we know you're pitch hitting for Economic Development Manager Younger, so thank you so much for helping bridge that gap. We ask for the administration to make this map widely available through communications or other efforts. If anyone from the community would like access to it, the City Council office can get that to you, but probably grant some philanthropy should they see you. You can find Matthew Turner Reed down in the bowels of City Hall.
Yes, I have very many copies of this map here, so you are more than welcome to reach out to me.
Do you have some tonight?
I gave you all the copies I had.
Very good. I was just going to let people flock onto you like you've got bird seed and we're birds. But you can find him after tonight and get maps, or the City Council staff will happily share it. And we'll have this, we want this on hand should the public hearing be approved. All right, so that's what the resolution is before us, is will we schedule a public hearing? Councilman Rutherford?
Oh, I just wanted to ask a question. So with the NEZ, if we go for the public hearing and it's approved, does it help with like the redevelopment like we recently just saw on Oneida Street? Would that help that actually fund that more quickly or get more assistance for those type of developments? I asked you that because of a recent article that's in Crane's Detroit where they were rewarded $2.7 million and they're doing like income-based housing. And so if we could do a really good job of giving the people the bare bracks point by point and explain to them the benefits of the NEZ, that it does create housing, stuff like that. Would that be a fair and accurate statement?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much.
And I think the community would benefit knowing where there are other neighborhood enterprise zones in Oakland County and Michigan. What other communities are taking advantage of this? And Oak Park has? Yeah. So again, we're scheduling. We're just getting ahead of ourselves because we want to know more and we want you to know more. And that public hearing will be an opportunity as well. So we hope that the administration will present about neighborhood enterprise zones, and then we would open up for public hearing and further feedback. Any further discussion about scheduling of the public hearing? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on that resolution to schedule the public hearing.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, and you're all invited to that public hearing. Same night as the other public hearing if you want to hit them all in one fell swoop. We're now at number 8 on the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilwoman James. This resolution is approving the Michigan Department of Transportation contract agreement for pedestrian countdown signals. has a city contribution of $56,790.94, but an overall project total cost of $254,061.35. Mayor and administration, you have the floor.
Thank you. I want to turn this over to Mr. Hoppola from DLZ so that he can walk us through the origin of this project and also what the specific proposed locations are. I'll just mention that the purpose behind this is to make sure that pedestrian crossings are more accessible for those with disabilities, in particular those with visual disabilities. By having a countdown signal, it allows someone who can hear but not see to actually know how much more time they have to cross a pedestrian crossing. But it also helps improve safety for able-bodied folks as well, those who are not visually impaired but can see. It reinforces that message, that visual message of the countdown by also having an audible countdown, so it can help make sure the pedestrians are crossing in a more prompt manner. And with that, Mr. Hoppola.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Council again. So, as he touched on, this is a contract with the Michigan Department of Transportation for 22 different intersections for pedestrian countdown signals to either be installed or improved upon / upgraded. So these could entail a sidewalk at those intersections to make those ADA compliant, potentially directionally drilling more conduit to get the electrical wiring in place, putting up the countdown signals themselves. And so there are 22 locations literally spread all around the city at major road intersections, hence the funding from MDOT for the work. It is my understanding with HRC that when this was applied for, this is some of the last of the major roads for pedestrian countdown signals that we need upgraded or installed. So this will not impact the actual traffic signal itself. This is just the actual crosswalk countdown signals and what entails that work. So I can forward along the map to you guys, but they are everywhere. Just for example, you've got MLK Junior Boulevard and Michigan Ave, Perry Street and University, Montcalm and Glenwood, Madison and Barkel. There are numerous. South Boulevard and Franklin, Franklin and Luther, South Boulevard and Ring Road, and on and on. So there are 22 locations all around the city. We're on the hook for 10% of the construction costs, and then just as any other MDOT project, we are also on the hook for the engineering costs. So you will see in here that there are HRC costs to administer, to oversee the construction. So that is all built into this.
And similar to how there are phases of sidewalk work, did I understand you correctly? There have been phases of other of these signals that have done. So we're looking at this round tonight.
Yes, sir. That is my understanding. Yes.
Thank you. Councilman James, you have the floor.
Do you have any on Baldwin?
It's proposed Baldwin Avenue and Howard Street. But what we don't have tonight is where they've done them before, where there are other existing ones. There may be on Baldwin more towards the Walton vicinity.
There is at Baldwin and Howard, there's an upgrade there.
Where'd you get that from?
Further discussion? Any final further discussion? Hearing none, roll call. Clerk Doyle on adoption of the resolution. This is entering into the contracts with Michigan Department of Transportation for pedestrian countdown signal construction and Hubble, Roth, and Clark, Inc. for construction engineering. This is 22 various locations throughout the city. It upgrades, the upgrades include concrete sidewalks, directional boring and handholds, and it'll upgrade existing pedestrian signals to the countdown timer pedestrian signals to improve non-motorized safety, or installing new ones if no signals are currently present. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yep.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We're at number 9 on the agenda. This is a resolution adopting scoring criteria for adult use marijuana Class A micro business and designated consumption establishment. I'll Is there a motion to adopt?
A motion?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman James, seconded by Councilman Goodman, so consideration can now ensue. Mayor, administration, you have the floor. Or, excuse me, whomever wants it. Council's clerk and attorney?
Yeah, I think that would be more appropriate in this instance.
And I'll conduct roll call for you on that one, so you know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. So I have with me Chuck Murphy from the Clark Hill Law Firm, who has been assisting the clerk's office with developing the 2 scoring guides that we will need for adult use marijuana. This first one is for Class A micro business and designated consumption establishments. We had a presentation. I'm trying to get the laptop functioning, if you could give us just a minute.
And while they're working on that, I do want to take a point of privilege and just make this public service announcement. Severe weather is anticipated in the coming hours, maybe later tonight, maybe overnight, maybe in the day to come. So we just want to encourage you, your loved ones, your neighbors, please be safe. It looks like it'll be a heavy amount of rainfall. So some neighborhoods are more impacted than others, of course, based on elevation. This is a big reason why we want to make sure that the storm sewers are clear, the drains in the streets are clear, because it's when that heavy rain comes really quickly, there can be pools or lakes of water. My father, years ago, in your neighborhood in the Knolls, his car got stalled out. It cost him a lot of money, because when you get in that water, you don't know how deep it is. So we just want to urge all residents to be very cautious. I got an update that Lansing this afternoon at about 4 p.m. very unexpectedly had earlier than expected heavy rainfall, so we want to make sure that everyone is safe tonight. And if you see any problems, please report it as soon as possible to the Department of Public Works so they can get that to the Water Resources Commission or DPW crews if that's where it's applicable. We want to make sure that all areas of our city are safe. Since they're still working on it, another public service announcement. This Thursday at 7 p.m. is the next outdoor concert, the Summer Concerts in the Parks series. And this week, it's at Rotary Park in District 1. So please come out to that free outdoor summer concert. Very successful, really impressive at District 4. That was a great turnout when I was there the other day. Kudos to everyone that came out to JC Park. So next up is Rotary Park. Also there will be the Oakland County Executives team wanting citizen feedback about what's coming in downtown Pontiac, the Oakland County redevelopment, moving Oakland County offices into downtown Pontiac and the public benefit to Pontiac. So they want to hear from you, and they're going to be prompting some feedback. So please come on out to enjoy the music and offer that feedback to the Oakland County leadership, the Oakland County Executives Office. That's at 7 p.m. All the outdoor summer concerts in the park this season all start at 7 p.m. if I'm not mistaken. This Thursday, July 11th.
Point of information.
Go for it, Mayor.
We have a discussion item regarding the district court. The consultant who has some of the most direct and important information about that has volunteered to go earlier on the agenda, probably both to fill time with the technological challenges, but also probably to get out of here earlier. And so I defer to the president's discretion, obviously, but I wanted to relay that.
You're a scholar and a gentleman, so willing to sacrifice yourself onto. Is there a motion to set on the table the current question and suspend the rules and take up that discussion item? It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Goodman that we suspend the rules, set aside on the table the motion that's before us, and we'll take up this discussion item earlier. Roll call on that. Parker, what do you say?
Yes.
James, what do you say?
Yes.
Carrington, what do you
Yes.
say? McGinnis says yes. What do you say, Goodman?
Yes.
All right, so that motion to suspend the rules, set that on the table, and then bring up that discussion item is now passed. So that's where we're at. Mr. Robert England, take it away. We wanted to make sure that the community and this council was updated because we want those that work in the 50th District Courthouse and those that need to handle business in the 50th Courthouse aren't suffering in extreme heat or other severe weather. Take it away.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Robert England, consultant for the City of Pontiac. I did want to give you some good news. I wanted to thank you so much. There's a certain judge over there that wants to give us all big hugs. We have currently fixed some of our air conditioning issues over there. So quickly, I'll give you a little background. Obviously, you know that this is a building that was built in 1977. It's a 30,000 square foot building. We've had mechanical issues over the years there, going back many years. In 2018, there was an improvement over there with several of the issues that were plaguing them with only a certain amount of funding that they had at the time. We currently have a facility condition assessment that is over $5 million for that site. So with that said, in 2018, we did a lot of repairs over there, from the hot water boilers, removal of the basement chillers and some of the air conditioning units, a 10-ton unit that's mounted on the side of the building, and several other units. To make a long story short, we ran out of funding. So thank you for our team working together to get this budget together for the 2024-25 fiscal year, which you allocated money to make some repairs over there. We had this ready to go out for bid. We determined that there were some long lead items and that we also had 3 of the 4 units fail. So on the second floor, there was no air conditioning up there at all. So we executed what we call an emergency order, working with Joanne, purchasing, our Hubble, Roth & Clark, our engineering firm, DLZ, and to make a long story short, we pulled this off very fastly. We had to do submittals with the architect. We had a proposal from Lee to fix this site for a total of $69,186. That work was completed as of today, so they're back up and running. We also are evaluating the rest of the work to be done, and that will be under consideration for future developments. But right now, we have bought ourselves some time and stabilized that building. One of the things that we did not have in there at the time of the 2018 renovation was what we call building management system. We have new boilers, we have new pumps, but we are not able to control it. So that's one of the things that we're working on this week. Larry has taken about 10 days off on vacation, well-deserved, and we will be jumping on that immediately when he gets back. So I just wanted to share that bit of good news with you. We did finally get that building stabilized. There's no windows there, of course, so the only ventilation is through the air handlers. So we replaced 4 of the rooftop units, and both judges are extremely grateful for you and their court workers for getting the funding for that. So thank you.
Well, you are worth your weight in gold, Mr. England, for that has been a strong priority of the City Council once we took office. Councilman Parker in the Law and the Court Subcommittee, Councilman Rutherford in the Property and Facilities Subcommittee have been banging that drum, and it seemed to keep running into this brick wall. So thank you for figuring a way around that brick wall for the relief, because these are City of Pontiac or the employees of all of us working to make sure that we have our judicial branch working. So they and the residents and those that are handling business and needing their day in court, we just not acceptable for the heating and cooling to be so out of sorts. So thank you for figuring out a way to resolve that in the interim. Councilman Rutherford?
Just wanted to echo that, but also because when you got here, you hit the ground running and asking. He's been waiting to do a presentation for 2 months because we haven't been able to have meetings. But just all the things you do, the nuances that people don't know you've been doing, I just really appreciate you taking it by the bull by the horns and doing like above and beyond the call. As most consultants I'm not impressed with, but I'm always impressed with someone who actually does their job and is worth every penny. So I just appreciate you for doing what you've been doing day one, dollar one. That's all.
Yeah, I just want to commend the team. To be honest, it's not a I, it's a we. And the DPW staff now with Mark and Mr. Rags involved, and Larry and Patrick and Vince and the mayor's office. Joanne helped us with some verbiage on the emergency clause, Alicia, the architects. And for us to do submittals and get all of that done in 60 days, it really means that your people are working together in all departments. We even pulled permits, which we, sometimes neglect. And so Bruce Eck is happy with me and Rachel. So it really worked this time. And that's what we continue to do going forward. So thank you.
Other discussion on this topic? All right, we celebrate air conditioning restored in the 50th District Courthouse building.
Thank you.
All right, with that, that motion to suspend the rules, that chapter closes. We are now back to take back from the table. Could I have a motion to take back from the table and take up this adoption of the resolution about this scoring criteria?
Moved by Carrington.
Support. Okay, it's moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. And Clerk Doyle, in case you missed it, it was moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Goodman a little bit earlier for the suspending the rules and set on the table, of which that was 5-0 in favor. So now it's taking it back up. Roll call, Clerk Doyle, on taking this off from the table and revisiting what we had set aside.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Abstain.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
5 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, very good. Clerk and attorney, take it away.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. So I'm trying to play double duty here. So this is the presentation about the adult use marijuana scoring criteria. If you remember, we had a scoring criteria guide with medical, but the ordinance did not require for it to be approved by City Council. The adult use marijuana ordinance does require the scoring criteria guides to be approved by the City Council. Can we get the clicker to work? Maybe I had to do it over here. Okay. All right, there we go. So the process, 30 days after the ordinance became effective, by the ordinance, City Council is required to approve the scoring guide. There are 2 scoring guides that are on the agenda. One is for Class A micro business and designated consumption establishment, and then the other one is for retailer and social equity retailer. As it relates to the overall ordinance, beginning on August the 8th, we will begin to accept applications for grower, processor, secure transporter, safety compliance, marijuana event organizers, and temporary marijuana events. So the way the application submittal process works, the city clerk receives the application for completeness. If the application is deficient, the applicant has 2 weeks to correct their deficiency after receiving notice from the clerk as relates to growers, processors, secure transporters, safety compliance. It's not the case for the 21-day application period for the applications that actually get scored. So there are a number of administrative reviews that have to occur. We have to make sure that nobody is in default with the city. So treasury reviews, code enforcement, I'm missing someone, treasury, code enforcement, 50th District Court, and I think that may be it. So then we will review the various portions of the application, and then prior to any conditional approvals being awarded, building and so forth have to sign off. Okay. So as it relates to the microbusiness and designated consumption establishments, it is based, these are the criteria, the 12 categories that the application will be evaluated based on. It totals to be a 145-point scoring system. And then as it relates to social equity retailers and regular non-social equity retailers, it is actually a 14 criteria scoring guide that includes the medical marijuana conditional approval, that provision centers guide, and then as well as the highest scoring medical marijuana conditional approval. So if you were rated in the top 5 in any of those 4 overlay districts for medical, you receive an additional 30 points. If you actually receive the highest score in the district, you receive an additional 10 points on top of those 30 points. So it totals to be a 185 point system. And then
Can you just go back to that slide really
Sure.
quickly so everyone can see that? So this is the actual possible scoring points for adult use retailer and social equity retailers point allocations. Just wanted everyone to have a second to see that. And do you have a question on that point?
Yeah, just a quick, in your presentation, do you have another, I was looking through the material, do you have another box that actually breaks down adult use retailer and social equity retailers? Or, because I see the micro business, but I don't see.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's actually is one combined presentation, but that's actually the next agenda item on the City Council's agenda.
All right, thank you.
Yep. So each scoring guide has to be approved by your
Yes,
honorable body separately, but we just combined them into one presentation. Okay. And I would want to note that there's a content and sufficiency of application. And there's 5 points for that because with medical, we found a number of applications really did not follow the guidelines. Their materials were not in place properly, but there was no mechanism for allocating any points for that. So actually, that is in the scoring criteria for adult use. Okay. And then just the tentative timeline. We're not requesting approval at this meeting, but we're hoping to get approval next week of the 2 scoring guides. Then if that happens, then on the 17th, I will announce the 21-day window for accepting retailer, social equity retailer, Class A, and designated consumption lounge, the 21-day application window. And again, per the ordinance, we will begin to accept applications for grower, processor, safety compliance, and secure transporter on August the 8th. Those applications are not scored, but the 21-day window applications are scored. And tentatively, we're looking at September 9th through the 30th. We're hoping to have all applications available by August 8th, including the retailer, social equity retailer, Class A micro business, and designated consumption lounge. But we wanted to give people enough time to put their application materials together, so that's why the tentative window is September 9th through the 30th. So I believe at this time, if Mr. Murphy has anything to add, he can. I will mention that the clerk's office has staffed up because, you know, we're in the midst of an election, so we did bring in some assistance to help me and Mr. Starks over the past month with getting all of our materials together. So we have, Mr. Starks, and we have Ms. Tate. And then I would also mention that next week we will be back with the social equity plan because the adult use ordinance requires the council to approve a social equity plan. We gave a presentation to the Economic Development Subcommittee meeting on July 1st, the proposed social equity plan. Based on their feedback, we're making some modifications to the plan, and we'll be presenting it to the council next Tuesday. Thank you.
All right, Attorney Murphy?
One of the reasons we had in the ordinance that the scoring guide be adopted by resolution of council was in the medical appeal cases. There were some challenges to how the clerk set up the scoring guide with claims that he didn't have authority under the ordinance to do that. The judges that reviewed that basically said he did have authority to do that, but we want to take away some type of argument later on if some disgruntled applicant decides they want to challenge the scoring guide. as being unauthorized under the ordinance. That's why it's being done by resolution of council.
Okay. And what we have before us for the first of the two resolutions about specifically Class A microbusiness and designated consumption establishment. Can you remind the community what we're looking at, what those two, practically speaking, are?
Well, a designated consumption establishment is a facility, and they'll be limited to 3 north of Huron Street and 3 south of Huron Street, where persons who are 21 years of age or older can attend the establishment and actually consume marijuana in the establishment. A Class A micro business is a license that allows the licensee or permittee under our ordinance to grow up to 300 plants and sell those plants. It also allows the licensee to obtain products from a processor and sell those products. So it's a combination of a retail store with a grower with a limitation of 300 plants. And the ordinance allows 5 of those throughout the city as they're spread in the zoning ordinance. So those are the 2 types of facilities that also the way the ordinance is drafted, if we don't receive 6 designated consumption applications and we receive less than 5 for micro businesses, they don't have to be scored at that point in time, because they're only scored if there's more than the number allotted by the ordinance, because the state statute requires a competitive process if the number of applications exceed the number of permits that are allowed under the ordinance.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further final discussion on the motion, the first of 2 motions? This is specifically, yes, ma'am. Councilwoman James has the floor.
I just have a question on land use for 20 points. If you could just kind of tell me what you're looking for there, and also financial resources for 20 points.
Sure. For the land use subcategory, there's a maximum 20 points, but there's a neighborhood land use subcategory which has starting on the wrong page here. Starting on page 3 of the scoring guide, that requires a lighting plan, and then we refer to the different sections of the ordinance so that the applicant can refer to the ordinance to determine the definite specifics of what is being required.
Okay, so that is spelled out in the ordinance.
Yes.
Okay.
Section 13 in the ordinance is the provision in the ordinance that defines what we're looking for and allocates points. And then Section 12 of the ordinance really defines application contents that are required as part of the application. So it's a combination of the 2 in terms of determining what's required and what we're going to look for and allocating the scores. The second section requires a scale diagram illustrating the property, then proposed elevation drawings, depiction of proposed signage and text on the outside of the building, a scaled location map that would define the relative locations of other controlled uses that are of concern to the council, such as churches, parks, schools, et cetera. They have to have the proper zoning distances between that facility and those controlled uses. There's a traffic pattern and traffic study that's required with regard to traffic safety and traffic mitigation, plans for ensuring uninterrupted street access, and then there's a variety of controls for litter, noise level mitigation, odor control, and then the technology that will be used to mitigate odors. There's 10 points for that subcategory, and then there's a community impact subcategory where another 10 points can be awarded. And again, on the scoring, if it's a 10-point subcategory, you can either get 1 point if you're deficient, 5 points if you're somewhat deficient, and then 10 points if you're satisfactory. But that section requires a security plan, strategies to deter crime and ensure resident safety, procedures for communicating security issues to the neighborhood residents, And then they have to specify the type of security equipment they're going to install in the system that they have, and then any agreements they might have with security companies or law enforcement. And then there's a facility sanitation plan that's required with regard to how are they going to secure the product so that's not ingested by persons or animals on site, and how are they going to dispose of it in a safe way when it's not going to be sold. And then they have to show either a proposed letter of intent or a proposed contract with a sanitation waste provider. There's also a requirement for drug and alcohol awareness programs, partnerships with community organizations for substance abuse type programs, and then materials that they would provide to customers regarding drug and alcohol awareness. Again, those are the two subcategories for the land use section. Okay. That's a fairly robust section. And then in the medical side of it, there was some litigation in that area that resulted in some appeals. So we tried to break it out as clearly as possible so there's no confusion this time around.
As long as our direction to these applicants is clear of what all should be in that land use, because it's very general.
Well, each subcategory that I went into, there's a cross-reference to a specific provision in the ordinance.
Okay, all right, great.
Thank you very much. Any final discussion on this motion before us? This is for the Class A microbusiness and designated consumption establishment, adoption of the scoring criteria guide for adult use marijuana. All right, hearing no further discussion, I'll do a roll call. So, Goodman, how do you vote?
Yes.
McGinnis votes yes. Carrington, how do you vote? James, how do you vote?
Yes.
Parker, how do you vote? That's 5 yeses, 5-0, so that motion carries. We don't just all say yay or nay because the council rules require that every vote is a roll call vote, so that's why we're following those rules.
Mr. President, there were actually, we weren't expecting council to take action today because Mr. Murphy alerted me to a couple corrections that need to be made.
Well, you moved too slow because we've just adopted it.
There was a software issue on top of page 5. It was actually subcategory B for community impact, but for some reason it wouldn't let me delete that and type it in properly. And I'm going to need one of our software people who knows how to handle these types of things to correct it.
I'm just trying to move faster so we can get to public comment, but so what's the remedy for the consideration or reconsideration of a vote just taken? Smart men.
I think
we just voted it. We just approved it.
I think someone who voted in favor can move to reconsider.
Okay. Do you move?
Make a motion to reconsider.
Support.
It's the motion to reconsider what has just been considered has been moved by Goodman, seconded by Carrington, and this is, we'll then open it back up. So, how do you vote? Goodman?
On the motion to reconsider, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
McGinnis votes yes. How do you vote, Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Yes.
Parker? All right, 5-0. We're reconsidering it now. So it's back before us. To clarify, do we need a new motion and second?
So if you just, I guess, postpone so where you have a clean, in essence, document.
Well, you told us that you need this done by July 9th. Today's July 9th.
Well, no, I said the
July
16th.
All right. So if you think that's in keeping with what's required by the ordinance.
Move by Carrington to postpone to next week.
It's been moved by Carrington, seconded by Parker, that we postpone this 1 week for final technical clerical language cleanup. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone for 1 week? If that doesn't screw us up and get us sued, I can live with it. On the motion to postpone for 1 week, Goodman?
Yes.
McGinnis, yes. Carrington?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
5-0. That motion to postpone for 1 week carries. Is there a motion to consider the resolution adopting the scoring criteria guide for adult use marijuana retailer or social equity retailer?
Is it possible to postpone to next week? Because he already went over it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
That one has the same glitch in the document, too.
Yes.
is there a motion to postpone for 1 week?
I make a motion to postpone for 1 week.
It's been moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker, that what's on our agenda now is number 10, resolution adopting scoring criteria guide for adult use marijuana retailer, social equity retailer, be postponed for 1 week for clerical and technical cleanup. Hearing no further discussion, roll call by me, standing in for the clerk since he's doing that part. Goodman.
Yes.
McGinnis votes yes to postpone.
Yes.
Carrington? James?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
All right, 5-0, the motion to postpone 1 week carries. We'll see this again next week. Thank you very much for all the hard work that went into getting us to here. A lot of technical language involved. We are now at public comment. All right, who's up?
Thank you, President McGinnis. First, I'd like to thank everyone here for their patience. Ms. Rosalind Norcross? Did she leave? Okay, Dr. Deidre Waterman? Mr. Robert Bass on deck.
Some good things happening in the city of Pontiac. I'm glad to hear about the sidewalks being repaired and the road repairs. And it took a lot of work to get Pontiac to the point where we had the kind of economic ability to do these kinds of things and move our city forward to the city we want to see. But Council, as that's going on, I don't want you to take your eye off the ball of the $37.7 million of ARPA money. That's one time here. You have a limited time to spend. This is something that the money is not getting in the hands enough of the citizens and of the small businesses. This is the last of the COVID-19 money, and this is not happening the right way, and I'm going to keep emphasizing that. When I saw it was going to be on the agenda, I thought, oh, we're going to get an update. All this championing I've been done of getting this money into people's hands so they can do home repairs. People can use $25,000, and we want to support our homeowners. That's what builds our neighborhoods. And instead, so much of the ARPA money is going to consultants. I went back and counted up how many consultants this administration has handled. $3 million here, $150,000 here, 46 outside consultants or professional services. The money is, a lot of our money is going to outside people. We need to make sure it comes and stays here and helps our citizens and helps our small businesses. Now, the small business program is nil. It's been languishing for a while. So people are so confused. Nobody's gotten anything. And so that's a problem. So, and also the homeowners, so few people have gotten it. And so people want to know, why can I get it too? So I think I want you to consider that, and we'll hear what discussion you have. I'm going to go home if there's a storm coming, but we'll hear what your discussion is. But the mayor needs to stand up and get these programs going, all right? And we're going to keep coming back until that happens. We put something on Facebook or YouTube telling people, okay, finally they're going to talk about what you've been waiting for to hear, but that hasn't happened. But I also want there to be some straightforward answers from the mayor. I think we've gotten into a different plane here. I think last week, particularly, so many people have been waiting to get the Cypria money for the increased pensions, and the mayor had told them for weeks that it was dependent upon the judge. And then we found out when Linda Watson and Claudia Filler came and said, no, it's not the judge. And I'm sure Judge Lawson was not amused. His name was being used in this brazen lie. It was the mayor who didn't finish that. So we want some straight answers, but also I want you to look out for the People Council. We're looking to you to make sure that people get their benefits from
Mr. Robert Bass.
And it has not started raining yet, at least outside of these beautiful District 7 windows.
Good evening. My name is Robert Bass, President of Citizen District Council. My first question is on a special exception permit. I'd like to know how the petitioner found out that he could appeal And how did he find out about the special exception in the first place, since it hadn't been used since the 70s? Now, my other question is about how you make the commissioners feel. When you bring stuff before them and they vote one way or the other because they're voting in the way that their heart tells them to vote or the way that their professions have told them to vote, how do they feel when they vote for something one way and it gets turned down and then comes right back to you? Bottom line is, the administration don't have authority over the commissioners, nor does the council. Council handles applications and the mayor appoints. So bottom line is, they have rules and regulations, even by Robert Rules of Order. And there is supposed to be a limitation on how soon a denial can come back before council. So there's a lot of ifs in there that we need to know, because how are we going to navigate this system if we don't know how the system is supposed to work? Now, if this was brought up and we overwhelmingly said no, we didn't want this, the commissioners agreed with us and voted it down. In less than a week, he was already appealing. That's suspect to me. But bottom line is, if the commissioners feel like what they're doing is improbable or it's going to get turned around, so they say, what's the use? Just like the residents, when they feel like they're not being heard or not being considered, they turn around and say, what's the use? Why not just go to some other city? Why not just go out of town and enjoy myself? There's nothing really here anyway. So when you make them feel like that, then they lose confidence in you and the authority that you carry. So point of fact is, we voted it down. It should not have came back. If it did come back, it shouldn't have came back this quick. But I anticipated it passing. I look forward to you passing it, because we do want to come back. Because we're not going to be discouraged because you circumvent the rules, go around the rules, and look for legal ways to get out of the rules. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. Mr. Carlton Jones.
Yeah, good evening. I wanted to once again, Councilwoman James, I think you hit a home run tonight talking about how the community needs to be engaged in this process. We've seen it over and over. It then got to the point that now we come as citizens here, we don't even get a response. I think the administration got to the point where they just want to believe that we're just here to just speak to things and we don't get a response to it. That whole citizen participation piece, it needs to be revisited, because that needs to be a ordinance that right there happens, especially with fundings like CBDG. Any type of funding that's supposed to have the citizens, it shouldn't be if, and it shouldn't be just checking a box, because that's what we feel is going on, is just check a box, put a public hearing, check the box, and the consultants and administration is going to do how they want to do. Mayor, we need to be included in this process. We truly, and this whole piece on Golf Drive, I'm curious about where Golf Drive Sidewalk, because I had talked to the people over there, and they are willing to accommodate sidewalk. So let's don't give up on that sidewalk on Golf Drive, because it's much needed. I come up here talking about workforce development over and over, because that is such a economic development for us, and there's no reason why ARPA dollars should not be set aside to include workforce development. And I don't want to hear about how you put it into a master plan. That's not the proper workforce development. You can have a component of that, but we need to have our own workforce development each and every time that a contract like you talked about today, it should be some workforce development for the people of Pontiac in there. No ifs, ands, and buts. And I don't know, if you don't know how to do it, I'll help. But we should make sure that that's in. If you really track the cities like Detroit who turned around, They've got proper ordinance that the local people get included in any contractual obligations that go out the door. Somehow or another, we feel like we're afraid to do it. We're afraid to step forward to it. We don't have a DEI. And then we wonder why we don't have our citizens valued, because we don't do it at the right position. And I'm willing to help. It's just that we get to a point where it seems like the citizens who want to help are the ones who get discarded. I just want to say the request that Mr. Bass was just talking about, if we need to change the way when somebody is denied and then they can feel they can just come back and appeal, that right there is an attitude that says that right there is not listening to the residents. It's not listening to people who were put in place to make a decision. That attitude from developers is one we got to be very conscious of. So let's see if we can do something technically. If we need to move that to say no, that right there can't happen for a certain time frame, which we thought was always the case. So let's look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Valerie Bates.
Good evening. I would like to speak just briefly to reiterate everything that has already been said about the gas station, at the proposed gas station on the corner of Franklin and South Boulevard, that it is a no. The Planning Commission said no. And I agree that that last proposal that where we're going to extend it out for another 9 months. I noticed that that property was included in that, so I don't know if that's another way of including it down the road because it's already been denied, and whatever vote you're going to take after public comments by the end of the month, they still have another 9 months because they were included in that. So we need to be very, very clear on what is happening. I will be back, maybe not on the 27th because I'll be out of town. But if that happens, y'all gonna see me a lot because we don't want a gas station at that corner. M1 Concourse has enough traffic coming down that street. And yes, I live in District 1. There's enough traffic. If it's okay for us, tell him to put it next to his house. Yep. We keep accepting everything that any and everybody wants to give just for whatever, because I'm sick of the race cars, but it's not going anywhere. But we're going to have another conglomeration of cars in and out coming through that's going to bring excessive noise. Ms. Norcross spelled it out. We have health issues. That's going to exacerbate it even more. I don't know how many of you want to live right behind a gas station. I don't. And I am sure that at public comments on July 27th or whatever the last meeting of the month is, hopefully we will have this room full. Because I'm going to use every platform that I have to encourage people to come here. Now, I stay quiet a lot. I don't come to this public forum. But this is ridiculous. There's some stuff going on, and it's going to blow up in our face where that is going to be there just like M1 got there when we thought it was not going to be there. So enough is enough is enough is enough. And you all are going to do a master plan. They've been waiting 2.5 years, and now you're going to get it in 9 months. Something's not right. Thank you.
That concludes your public comment. Ms. Billy Swazer.
Good afternoon. I'm Billy Swazer. I'm here to talk about two things. One is there's going to be an election. So I need everybody to vote. Generally, what I do is I get my grandkids, we go around my neighborhood, and we get all the addresses, and I send letters to everybody to tell them how I want them to vote on whatever we voted on, especially when it was the school millages, and I wanted them to vote yes for the millage so that we could improve our schools. But, you know, we have two major elections. One is for president and whatever else is on the ballot. But another one is for the charter. And I listened to all the excuses last week about why they did what they did and it wasn't enough time. But we're gonna have something one way or the other. But please take the time, look at the candidates, see what they've said. I know one person didn't do extraordinarily, but he has done some work since he's been in office. And the other person lies, especially the one lie that bothers me is women having abortions at 8 and 9 months. I have one child, and at 8 and 9 months, you don't even think about that. You're like, hurry up and get out of my body. I ain't got a whole lot of room here, and I just need you out. And alive and healthy. The other thing I want to talk about is this marijuana thing. I have a new neighbor on my street that smokes marijuana. And I think they just go outside and smoke it because I talked to my neighbor about it. I don't smoke it. I don't allow nobody to come to my house to smoke marijuana. And this lady says she has a dog, and she's concerned because that is they smoke in the car, smoke on the porch, smoke walking. And I know I went up and down Walton, and I've seen people walking and smoking. You can tell that they're smoking because you see all the smoke coming from them as they're sucking real hard on that cigarette. So I just hope that in this legislation that y'all passing, make sure people just can't smoke in public. Everybody don't want to smell some marijuana smoke. Everybody don't want to smoke it and ingest it and have whatever effects it has on you, because that's not it. But everybody need to know if the city clerk would tell us what days you had to vote. Make sure you vote early, and turn in your ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swayzer. Audrey Mans.
Good evening.
Ms. Darlene Clark on deck.
About what you just said, Pontiac already smell like one big blunt. Wherever you go, all you do is smell weed. I don't care where you walking, driving, or whatever you're doing, it smells like one giant blunt here. So I believe I'm in the 500-foot zone of where this gas station is being proposed to be put. Now, I'm already dealing with M1. Been fussing about that for ever since it's been here. I believe it was like 2015 or whatever. Been fussing about that since then. I'm also right next door to the building that's been being in court, that overgrown grass, abandoned vehicles, and all types of controversy has been going on over there, because I know for a fact in our neighborhood, I believe cars have been being towed out of their yards if they're inoperable, or, if they're broken windows or things like that. And there's been a vet sitting back there. First it was in the building, now it's sitting in the back, and it's been back there. The grass has grown up over the car, and they come and cut it, but it's been sitting back there for a few years. Nobody has touched that vehicle. There's also a trailer hitch, a van, everything over there that's not supposed to be according to code enforcement. And it's been reported. Code enforcement has, maybe they've given them tickets or whatever, but I haven't seen not one thing moved off of that property, including all of the grass and garbage. It's still sitting there. And me, next door, I have to look at it. I have to see it every day. When I go outside, I have to see it. I look at it. It's an eyesore. It's what you call blight. And I heard, last year we was talking so much about, we got to do something about that. We can't have our city looking like that, but it's looking just like that next door to me. And, the gas station, let's see, what else? 'Cause I have some juicy stuff here.
Juicier than the city being one giant blunt.
Oh, yeah, it is, because I done walked out my door and I done got a contact high, and I was like, whew, but that's not my thing, though. Also, I did want to mention, which I haven't been here in a while, but I wanted to talk about where I seen, because of the bridges being down, I seen the school bus sitting at the train tracks. They were there for like forever. Traffic was backed up everywhere. So we need to really get on that bridge. We need to do something about that ASAP, as soon as possible. But another thing is, I'd like to know where we can apply for a job or get voted into a job where we don't have to come to work and we can still get paid. Because I want a job like that. So.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, and then Gloria Miller on deck.
Once again, good afternoon. I want to touch on one thing, which is the trash collection. We had GFL as trash collection. They was collecting the leaves, the recycling, and every other week the 2 items for pickup, which was a lot of confusion. But now we have priority trash, and it's even more confusion. The mayor did make a statement that it's a transition from what the GFL contract was, with the exception of recycling. But then, and I know it takes time, but now we have a bigger problem because priority does not stay on a schedule that the people have been used to for over 10 years, which they did say that it could be any time within the 24-hour period time from the pickup trash, which it leaves a lot of people very uncomfortable. Also, not picking up the leaf bags when leaf bags are to be picked up between a certain period of time all the way up to November definitely leaves the neighborhood very uncomfortable, because now the bags are just sitting out there and not being picked up. So please, Mayor, if you could, or an administration, could you explain to the people, has the GFL contract flowed over to priority, or is this a new contract? The other part that's kind of disturbing is that you have a 10-year lease. Explain to the people, why do you have to have such a long lease for a trial period or for a company you don't even know? With that being said. Secondly, council, these people, the homeowners, let me stop saying these people because these are my people as well. The people of Pontiac have spoken tonight, but what they said to you, and I don't know how to put this any clearly, that you are truly being disrespected by the business rector. You have business owners who don't maintain their lots. You got business owners who choose to do as they will. You have business owners who override decisions that's made from one department to another. You have business owners actually trying to ask for more things that Pontiac should not and will not give them. But their disrespect, how much longer do you feel that you're going to be disrespected, because you're showing the people what it feels like to be disrespected? You're disrespecting them, so the business are disrespecting you. And then another thing I want to ask you, Mark brought a statement up about emergency, the urgency of building that gas station is why it was bought for. But then you need to tell the people of Pontiac what is that urgency. Because if that company has been there since 1970s and they have an urgency to put up a gas station, I think the public needs to know what that urgency is. And if that can be explained tonight, please explain it to the people. But please understand, council, you are being disrespected.
Thank you. Ms. Gloria Miller.
Like I said, you ain't got it going on like that. But see, they don't understand they're going to be held accountable for that.
Nobody got a job that you don't go to and you get paid for it. You're getting paid for not being in that council seat. Your tax dollars paying for him. Don't get me wrong, he could be sick. You got to resign. That's any job. You got to resign. You got to let somebody else take the seat because there are constituents out there that got issues in District 2, and I know, and they got problems. And they're going to hold them accountable. That's all I can tell you. I first want to start with you, Councilman Parker. I got a call from a couple of my constituents, because they're going to always be my constituents. They're friends. I've been knowing them all my life. University in Bay, please ride over there tomorrow. It's a clean area. I didn't call you about it before. They're doing the same thing. Doing the same thing. And these people got beautiful homes. They keep that neighborhood up and that nice. That's what I'm talking about with code enforcement. Code enforcement, get out there and ride your car. If I can ride and see this crap, give these people tickets. The planning director, people fixing on cars in their yards. In their yards. I've been here all my life. I know we do that, but we got to respect one another. We got to do that. Everybody don't do that, especially when you got a neighborhood where you see everybody's lawn is mowed and manicured, and then you out there parking cars and dogs and, you know. Then I'm going to go to you, Councilman McGinnis. I got a call in your district. They call me from everywhere. I got a message to give you. I won't call her name. I'm going to give it to you before I leave. She got an issue. I won't bring it up. She needs to talk to you. I told her I don't step on any council person until they don't do their job, then I come down. Okay? So I'm going to give it to you first. Let you handle it. Now, I want to go to about the garbage. The garbage on my street, Mayor, I wasn't going to say anything about them. I was going to give them a chance. My leaves are on the front of the street, and you're talking about all this rain coming tonight. Everybody on my street, we're going to get all that, they bags. I put mine in the canisters. What is going on with this new garbage company? They're not coming right. They didn't pick them up last time. They came days later. Mine's still there. My garbage day was yesterday. Leaves on everybody that's still out in front. Of course, you know, what's going on with the new garbage people? You know. Okay, now I want to get to the issue with the, and I know it's not my district, but it's my city, and I drive over there. What you guys going to understand, even this emergency ordinance, when they come back on the 30th, or whenever this is, they are your saviors. You call your council people, and when it get time to vote for it, you go and you call every one of them and say, no. The power's in their hands. The emergency ordinance. I know I used to be up there. You lobby them and say, we don't want it. You vote for, no. As simple as that. It's not up to the man, it's up to the council now.
That does conclude your
So you lobby them.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
You're welcome.
Public comment.
Thank you very much. With the Americans with Disabilities Act, there is some provisions for those that physically cannot be here but wish to offer public comment. Clerk Doyle, I understand that we have received such a submission.
Yes, we did, Mr. President. We received a public comment from a member of the public, Charles Blackwell. He submitted a written public comment calling for the mayor to compile a report on city employees with past felony convictions.
Okay, thank you. And that written public comment is accessible by public record. With that, we're now at discussions. We already handled the discussion about the 50th District Courthouse, so we move now to the next three final. First up, American Rescue Plan Act. Oh, I'm so sorry. I do want to do a point of privilege. We had a recognition of elected officials earlier, but none were in the room. I want to give the floor for recognition of elected officials for the Charter Revision Commission, Commissioner Kermit Williams. Since there's a time-sensitive matter, we want to make sure everyone still has on their radar. Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, President McGinnis. Good evening, Mayor Grimo, Deputy Mayor Pro Tem Carrington, citizens, and other council members. I just want to quickly say thank you for all of the people who have already voted in the city of Pontiac. Some of you voted for the charter, some of you voted against the charter, but you've been exercising your right to vote. We went to District 7's community meeting, which was held here yesterday, which was phenomenal. I got to speak briefly this morning at the world-renowned Golden Opportunity Club. We'll be coming to each district meeting that we're allowed to come to talk about the charter coming up, but it's very important that you exercise your franchise to vote. August 6th is the election, so we want to make sure that people get out and vote on the charter. Is one proposal. We have also sent out a mailer to everybody, but if anybody has questions, you can call me or any one of my colleagues, and I will be happy to talk to you about the charter, the pros and the cons. So thank you for this time, and thank everybody for their service and their interest at being at this meeting tonight.
Thank you, sir. We're now on to discussions. The next discussion is the American Rescue Plan Act funding update. This city council is not playing around. We do not want a single dollar of funding that's currently available to Pontiac, approximately $23 million that is yet to be obligated, and we are required by the federal government to have that obligated by December 31st of this year. So the clock, it is a ticking, and so the administration has informed us they weren't able to do the presentation tonight, so we're expecting that at next week's city council meeting. Do we anticipate, Mayor and Deputy Mayor, that that'll be able to be had? I think it's been 2 months since the last update, give or take a week, and so we are due for it, and just the urgency escalates more and more as the weeks go by. So I'm speechless. It's serious, and so we're going to keep dialing into it. Councilwoman Rutherford.
I just want to ask a question. So let's say in the event we don't like what they're selling us, what is going to be the continuation plan? Because at some point, that's going to be the question I'm going to put on the floor. And what I mean by that is, let's say they say, let's give all the money to, I don't know, buy machines, or we no longer have a bank that's going to actually put together the loan portion of the small business part. We're only going to do grants, and it doesn't fit into the criteria. Because I thought this money, and there's a reason why I'm asking this, is to assist the citizens who were directly affected by COVID. And to see people put on display that only 8 houses, 8, have been repaired in a time frame is extremely frustrating to me. And more importantly, it's frustrating because the dialogue hasn't been about the urgency. So my question to you, President, in the event that the administration puts forth a program that does not align with what our agenda is, what is our next steps in that?
Melanie Cherie Rutherford, Councilwoman for District 1. I think you, me, and the people of Pontiac can envision it now. It'll be the day before a deadline. Maybe it'll be New Year's Eve. And it's either do all these decisions at the 11th hour, or else we send the money back. And there won't be adequate time for community or council review, feedback, amendments. And so that's part of the reason why we're trying to ramp it up now, dial it up now, so that way the community and the council can make those strong decisions. Because I would probably vomit on the spot if we have to send any money back to the federal government. This is once in a generation. I will modify, though, that there was one round, it was called CARES Act. And that funding was about those that are directly harmed by the pandemic or trying to ease the impact. This is American Rescue Plan Act. This is about trying to give the economic and infrastructure shot in the arm to bounce back from the pandemic. So it doesn't have to be only, oh, you were hurt by, your business was hurt in the pandemic, only your business is eligible. It has a lot broader opportunity. It's about turbocharging our economy and supporting. It's really revolutionary that cities would get direct money. But so it's once in a generation. We are not going to see this kind of infusion of resources anytime soon. I hope to God, because I don't want another pandemic. I don't want another, really dire situation. And so we have to be really strategic about it. And we need that time so that way we can legislate. We're the legislative branch. We appropriate the funds. And so, we ask the community to keep helping us make this a priority, because it cannot be at the 11th hour and the 59th minute. We got to shove something ham-handed that's half-cocked and doesn't get the full benefit to the citizens. So your question's well put, and the city council will work strategically to try and firm our resolve to force progress.
And the reason why I'm saying this, we have been so patient. We've been like Job. And I'm not Job. If there was a character in the Bible, I would say right now I'm either David or Peter, depending on who you look at. And I'm afraid of what I'm seeing. I'm afraid because we spend so much money putting our names on signs instead of doing the work. We spend so much money talking about, oh, this is a grandiose idea, when I have 43 people in my district alone that are still waiting to be served. And I'm getting the calls as if I am not advocating for these homes to be repaired. I am not advocating for us to have small business grants. I am not, and I'm getting tired of making the excuse, oh, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming. I just want some hard deadlines to be put upon this administration saying, if you don't do it by this is what we as a council are going to do. And that's what I'm looking for. It may not happen today, but if I'm not impressed with this next presentation, I'm going to be adamant about saying, yeah, this ain't gonna work for me, because we're not gonna spend money on things that is not directly benefiting the citizen. This ain't no showboat, this is real. I'm putting on call, on notice. If they come with some malarkey next week, I'm coming to the president and the pro tem and saying, so now what we doing? That's it. That's all.
Thank you, Councilman Goodman.
As it relates to ARPA funds, I don't need to rehash what has been said by people before, but I look at the administration with like just abject seriousness that I refuse to be the laughingstock of other municipalities that have received ARPA money with friends of mine who I've been helping them figure out what they're doing with their money, yet we have not fully decided it here. We've gotten our way down the pathway somewhat, but I truly and deeply refuse to have to give back any of that money or to figure out last minute what we're doing with it. Because again, I refuse to go to my friends in Detroit and Westland and other communities and sit here and look like, yeah, you guys did great things with your money. Well, what did we do? I absolutely refuse to do that. So I look forward to that information coming forth extremely soon.
Mayor Grimo?
Yeah, the council's point is well taken. We take this very, very seriously. We understand the urgency. We are not going to send any money back, and we're not going to wait until the last minute in December to bring something before council. We understand that any decision we make is subject to City Council's approval, and we want City Council to have a real opportunity to make those decisions. And I bring up December because there was an allusion to New Year's Eve. But no, we're going to lay out a clear plan a week from now, and we're going to abide by that timeline. We take this very, very seriously.
Any further discussion? Councilman Rutherford.
I would like to believe that. I simply don't. And so I'll say it again, that if they roll out a plan that does not directly benefit our citizens, I am going to be very adamant and loud and outspoken at any opportunity that I have and say these words: what have you done for the residents lately? Because those are the questions that I'm getting. Those are the answers. We have people that are closing their businesses who have been waiting for over a year for the small business grant and loan program to happen. It hasn't happened. We have people in my district waiting for their homes to be repaired, and nothing have happened. People have holes in their roof, but we will shoot a video for 2, 4, and 7 very quickly. So I need the same way your communications outfits do everything else to make the administration look well, to make this program actually happen. Well, I'm going to start pointing out facts and not just being upset, but saying, what are you doing to actually benefit our citizens? I don't want to hear no more, we're going to roll it out. I want to see it done, because it's not being done. And everybody is being nice about it, and I just don't have that. I don't have that in me no more. So I'm saying it, we can close it out. You can keep going back and forth. If it don't make sense to me, and it does not benefit these people, I am going to be the most outspoken person I have ever been on this diocese. And so if you thought I was outspoken before, wait till this stuff don't make sense to me. Well, that's it.
Anyone for a first time? Mayor Grimo to close it out.
Yeah, I'm not going to go back and forth. I'm just going to emphasize that we're focused on doing the hard work, not grandstanding here, but doing the hard work and clearly communicating a plan and abiding by that plan.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rutherford, and all of council for doing the work and being about the work. For the sake of time, we'll keep it moving unless anyone else has final thoughts. All right. The next discussion topic was Councilwoman James wanted to make sure about community engagement with the master plan update process. Do you have the floor?
Yes, I just want to bring up the master plan. I looked up the timeline that was given when we approved the contractor, and it appears that we are behind that timeline because nothing has been said in regards to any start of community engagement. So I just would like to get an update on where we are with it.
Well, I wish Manager Yandrick were still here because he could certainly provide some additional detail, but we have, there are really two tracks for community engagement. So there's one track of having some working groups, and we have selected some residents to serve on those working groups. But the other track is actually having general listening sessions and opportunities for town halls and input for the general population. So we're actually kicking off an initial meeting this Thursday with some of those key stakeholders who we've asked to serve on some of these working groups, including a couple of representatives of City Council, among many activists and residents and others. So we look forward to getting those working groups going this Thursday. And then we will also have broader opportunities for community input so that every resident has multiple opportunities to actually be heard. Obviously, it's important for us to start that process with the working groups, put together some concepts and some alternatives so that we have something to present for feedback from the community. But this is going to be a process that heavily involves the community, because ultimately the whole point of a master plan is to improve the community of life for our residents. So obviously we need to hear from the residents to make that a reality.
Councilman Rutherford?
I love snide remarks so I can have a rebuttal. I'm just going to say we're always behind. The administration is always behind, and we just want to see it done because it's so quick that people use the word grandstanding instead of being grand about things that are important. So we just want them to do what they're paid over 6 figures to do.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah, just as a follow-up on that, this is the first I've heard about meetings on this Thursday with the the stakeholders. So I would think, you know, if administration knows how important this is to council, that it would show up on maybe the deputy mayor's weekly report that's sent out to us. I would think that if it is shared in the weekly meeting that administration has with our president and President Pro Tem, that some communication would come back to City Council that says, oh, we are starting the engagement process. Not one word has been communicated to me as a council person. I don't know if anybody else is. So again, it's not how you do things. You know, it's very important to us to see this done, and we'd like to know about it when it's taking place. You've got meetings scheduled for this Thursday that I know absolutely nothing about. Nobody had mentioned any. Did our President and Pro Tem know about it?
Only in the context that I was asked for a number yesterday, so that's why it first hit my radar. The planning staff wanted a resident's phone number. I think that's when I learned about it. But
well, and then the other,
there's different work groups, so I'm not clear on what the meeting schedule is for, if it's a specific work group or a specific. I welcome more information about the structure of that.
Well, the timeline that was submitted the last time this came up, when we approved the company, the timeline that was submitted, that timeline is now, I looked it up, and, you know, it's past, you know, we're not following that timeline. So I would ask that we update the timeline for the master plan update.
Yeah, I'll certainly have a detailed update in terms of timeline, in terms of the work groups provided to council by Manager Yandrick. I did reach out to council leadership, President and President Pro Tem last week. to invite them to participate in the session this Thursday.
Yes, that's true.
And so I have been in communication with council leadership, but your point is well taken, Councilwoman, that we'll let all of council know exactly what's going on and the timeline, and we'll certainly update that timeline as necessary.
Thank you.
And our conversation, Mayor, was about certain city council members to be part of that work group. So has that been finalized? I offered what my perspective was.
Yeah. Well, we've got sort of a suggestion in that regard, and Mark talked with me about it actually this afternoon, and I said, well, why don't you wait until tomorrow morning, just because I'm sure things are busy in terms of preparation for council tonight. And I was guessing that council probably didn't want to get a phone call or text from Mark at 10 o'clock tonight or later. So Mark will be reaching out tomorrow.
Further discussion on this? All right, the final discussion topic is transition for trash collection, recycling, and yard waste. Mayor, any communications you want to make sure that the citizens know about?
I do. There's good news and bad news here. I'll say the good news is that, at least to my knowledge, we have not had any missed garbage pickup. I'm not talking about yard waste yet. I'm talking about garbage. Priority, as folks know, not only did we enter into a new contract with Priority, so to answer the question that was posed earlier, our contract with GFL ended and was always scheduled to end at the end of June 30th. That was a 20-year contract, which was way too long. It wasn't always GFL, but GFL bought out companies that were previously under the contract. The new contract with Priority went into effect July 1st. And at the same time, Priority bought GFL's curbside residential collection. And that was true not just here in Pontiac, but throughout the region. And so Priority has had a lot of challenges managing that transition throughout Southeast Michigan, not just in Pontiac. And in fact, in a number of communities, Priority has missed residential garbage pickup. So we're fortunate that that hasn't happened here. That's the good news. The bad news is that they have missed a slew of yard waste pickups, which is just not acceptable. And we've been on Priority about this since we learned about it, or at least since I learned about it yesterday. So they have said that they plan to resolve that by this Saturday, that they plan to make sure that normally there's a limit of 10 yard waste bags per household per week. Because they're behind, they're going to increase that to 20 yard waste bags this week to catch up this week and last week. So they're going to increase that limit to 20 yard waste bags. And at the same time, the other frustration we have is the contract that we entered into with them requires them to locate recycling dumpsters here at City Hall. That did not occur this past weekend. And they committed to me over the weekend, and again yesterday morning they committed to us to locate an open top dumpster or two here at City Hall to take recycling. The reason why they didn't provide the recycling dumpsters this past weekend is because they don't have yet the recycling specific dumpsters apparently, which is why they said they would have a big open top dumpster here at City Hall or two dedicated to recycling. But that hasn't happened. They had committed more than once to have that here by 5 o'clock yesterday. They have now said that it'll be there tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. They'll have 2 open top dumpsters there tomorrow for recycling. Now, I know that with GFL, individual residents could pay extra to have curbside recycling at their home. Priority's policy is that they don't do individual contracts with households. So either everybody in the city has to have curbside recycling or nobody in the city will have curbside recycling through Priority. And what I had said in the past isn't that the city government can't afford it, but what I said is that requiring all of our residents to pay extra, to pay about $28 extra per year for curbside recycling would be a hardship on a number of our residents. And that's why we did not opt at this time. We always have that ability in the future, but that's why we didn't opt at this time to require all residents to be a part of a curbside recycling program. We, in the past, under GFL, we had a little over 200 addresses, residents who opted in for curbside recycling. So obviously the vast majority of our folks did not choose to opt in, and we didn't want to require all of our residents to participate in that for the cost of $28. So tomorrow, we will finally have 2 open-top dumpsters. If people want to bring recycling here, then those will be here through this coming weekend, and then in subsequent weekends, there will be opportunities to recycle here at City Hall. It's very frustrating for us that they didn't follow the contract requirement and have those here this past weekend. It's also incredibly frustrating that although they committed repeatedly to have those here by 5 o'clock yesterday, that didn't happen either. But they will be here tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. for those of you who would like to bring recycling to City Hall.
All right, thank you, Mayor Grimal. Some quick questions. Time is of essence. I'm gonna come, Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother Pro Tem. Well, Mayor, I heard you say that they've already lied twice. So I'm kind of hesitant to say that they ain't going to go for the trifecta. But I'm patiently optimistic that they'll do that. I just know there's been a lot of complaints in regards to them saying that trash has not been moved. I believe some of the trash was missed over in Harrington Hills on one of the streets. I forget, I got it, I think it was either Lynch or Coon, but I know some trash was missed, but most of the complaints have been about yard waste. And so I know that they just started their contract, but this is a bad start. And it usually don't get much better from here based on some of the stuff I've already read about priority. So just so you know.
All right. Councilwoman Rutherford.
Okay, so prior to priority coming here, we asked a plethora of questions when we put on the last. We really had no leg to stand on, meaning we either had to hire them or we would have either had to do a 60-day extension or what have you. My issue is this: there have been, maybe they didn't know, but let me just tell you, there have been streets in District 1 who are just getting their trash picked up. I live on Augusta Avenue. My trash was not picked up till yesterday. We were told in this contract that they were going to do weekly pickups for like special pickups. There's still stuff in my district that have not been picked up, which means things that come out of people's houses. You said that it was going to be weekly for that. They didn't do that. So it's not just the yard waste, sir. It is also the weekly trash not trash pickup, special pickup stuff that they haven't done. So if you could send them out the same way you said that you're going to send them about these recycling bins, let's see if they'll do a special pickup. That's the first thing. And then the second comment is this. We used, because people came up here Saturday, a large amount of people came up here Saturday who usually put stuff in the recycling bins, did not have a place to put it. So we use the school district's recycling bins. My question is, are we going to give them any type of funding or pay what we use, because we use our people had to use their stuff because the city didn't have their things together. And I'm referring to the bins, so you can't act like you don't know, over where WHRC is. So what do we have in place to rectify us using their facilities when we didn't have none? And that's my only question. That's it. So I yield that to the administration. Can somebody give me an answer about those two things, please? Anything at all?
Mayor Grimal. Or Deputy Mayor?
Well, I'll certainly talk with them about the missed bulk pickup. It sounds like, as far as we know, they didn't miss any garbage cans anyway, but it's the bulk pickup that has been missed in some places. So I will make sure to communicate that to them. In terms of the school district's recycling, I have not heard anything from the school district. I'm happy to have that conversation with the school district. Obviously, if their recycling bins were full or it otherwise impacted the school district, we can have a conversation about it.
Thank you.
Any final discussion? All right, hearing none, we're going to revisit that topic on next week's City Council agenda as well. Let's bang out the subcommittee reports really quick so that way we don't have to kick the can to next week. Let's keep it to 30 seconds or less. How's that sound? But let's be brief. Start us off, communications, engagement, operations.
Communications did not meet this past month because of our special meeting that cannibalized it, but I will have some updates to present in next week's meeting.
Okay. For economic development, housing, and planning, we had our meeting at the beginning of July. This is what's on the Planning Commission meeting this Wednesday night. All are welcome, starts at 6 p.m. The special exception and site plan on Woodward Avenue, the former charter school on the Woodward Loop, is proposed to be the new home of Honor Community Health. So that'll be up for consideration at the Planning Commission. The Purdue School rezoning for that potential housing development on this upcoming Planning Commission. At 225 East Columbia, there's a concrete crusher, and they want to have additional concrete crushing, so that's a special exception request and a site plan request for 225 East Columbia. 108 West Lawrence will be back. They want to have a mini warehouse or storage facility on that West Lawrence site. 805 Baldwin, it's an expansion of a convenience store site plan request. Then there's also going to be a special meeting of the Planning Commission on July 24th. And then the meeting in August is set for August 7th. Councilman Rutherford shared the great news about Casa del Rey. It's a $14 million project, and they've just got approval from the Michigan Strategic Fund for a $2.6 million loan. We celebrate that. And also LHP Engineering has announced that they're moving their site to Pontiac. On the east side, it will be an electric vehicle testing center, and Mahindra North America is moving their manufacturing operations for their vehicles from Auburn Hills to their Pontiac location on the east side. So for the sake of time, I'll leave it there. Facilities and property, Councilman Rutherford.
Unfortunately, we could not have a meeting due to the fact that we had to save the community with their trash. So next month we'll have one. That's all.
Very good. Finance and Personnel's next subcommittee meeting is this Thursday at 2 p.m. in the council conference room if you would like to join. Law in the Courts, Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. We didn't meet because of some existing conflicts of meeting times and locations, so we did not meet last month.
Very good. Parks, Recreation, and Public Works. I know you met because we approved your minutes.
Okay. Yes, we did have a meeting on June the 24th at 12:07. First of all, we had a presentation from the WRC, who have received a grant to do stormwater improvements at Oakland Park and Aaron Perry Park. Both of those parks have had stormwater issues. They have drains on them, the Joseph Jones drains, and so they've received monies to be able to work on those drains, create some stormwater areas with flowers and things. So it's going to be really nice. So those changes are going to take place at the Oakland Park and the Aaron Perry Park. We've had updates on the Sparks grant. We did receive a Sparks grant in the amount of $772,700 for the demolition of the Ewalt Center. That grant is still pending. We've got to work through some details, but we have received that amount for the Sparks grant. The Mini and Neighborhood Parks design process is completed, and we're in the process of doing the bids for construction work. Those are due in, I believe, the end of August. We should have all of the bids and everything, and we hope to be able to actually choose that company by September. So hopefully by late fall, we may have, it's a possibility that we could have shovels in the ground on the mini and the neighborhood parks. We had a conversation about the park concert series going really well, and Parks Department coming up with a plan for preparing the parks for those concerts. The Recreation Department is working on creating a written brochure for the fall recreation season. City Council has approved a design firm for the Martin Luther King Bridge. And the City Council has approved $600 for the new speed humps. We asked DPW to provide costs and timing on how many speed humps we would get per district. That's it. That's all we have for today.
Thank you very much to you and your subcommittee. And finally, Public Safety, Health, and Wellness, chaired by Councilman Carrington.
Yes, Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee met Public Safety, Health, and Wellness Subcommittee met June 13th. It's going to be pretty brief. The ceasefire contract has been executed, as well as those that interviewed for those two particular positions have been interviewed. They should be getting human resource letters soon concerning those job applicants. So basically, of course, crime stats was given. We've seen some decrease in, there was a decrease in homicides, as well as robberies here in our city. But we also had increase in assaults, B&Es, and larceny. And that concludes a very brief summary of what we talked about.
Thank you. We're now at number 19 on the written agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to go into closed session?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is a resolution to go into closed session to discuss trial and/or settlement strategy related to Kenyatta Quince Bowman versus the City of Pontiac et al., and to provide a legal update on pending legal matters in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268, subsections E and H. So we will vote to go into closed session. We'll go in closed session, and we're talking about it behind closed doors so we don't tip the taxpayers' hands on this pending litigation. We will, once we're done, vote to come out of closed session and continue the balance of the meeting. You are welcome to remain here and enjoy the ambiance of this beautiful historic City Hall and Council chambers, and we'll continue from there. Sound good? Everyone clear on what we're voting on? Roll call, Clerk Doyle on the motion to go into closed session.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker, Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We are going into closed session at 9:41 p.m. See you soon, we hope. Is there a motion to come out of closed session? Support. It has been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we move to come out of closed session. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker.
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
5 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We have come out of closed session at 10:43 p.m. The City Council will continue to confer on this matter and follow advice and consultation with our city's legal counsel. We're at communications, and for the sake of time, we announced earlier what those items coming up are. Closing comments, Mayor Grimal.
In the interest of time, I don't have anything to share.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Stevens, none. Clerk Doyle. Councilman Rutherford. Councilman Parker.
Just want to remind everybody about District 5 meeting this Thursday at 5 p.m. in the Lions Den downstairs. Everybody have a great evening.
Very good. Councilwoman James.
No comment.
Councilman Goodman.
No comment.
Councilman Rutherford.
Okay.
Oh.
It's just going to be really short. I want to thank everybody that has been praying. I have a very great announcement that's positive. My daughter does not have an enlarged heart. Thank God for that. We just found that out about 30 minutes ago because it's 12 hours ahead where she is in Taiwan. So I want to thank the mayor for praying, Mr. Carrington, everybody who knew, Mike, who knew what was going on and the seriousness. She does, however, have a small valve, a heart valve, so we have to deal with that. But luckily, it wasn't a enlarged heart, so I want to thank y'all publicly. Just like I can come at y'all, I can also thank y'all. And lastly, I just want to tell everybody that, shut up, Carrington. I want to let you guys know that we are having the best meeting there ever was.
Objection.
Oh, stop playing.
Overruled.
Stop playing.
Sustained.
Whatever. The best district ever is back. And our meeting will be on July 27th. It will be from 3 to 5 at the Pontiac Creative Arts Center. I look forward to all of everybody in District 1 to come on out. And I want to thank, I was so proud of my district today for standing up for what they believe in. I want to say I support you. I'm with you. And whatever happens, we're going to get through this together. May God bless you and keep you. May he put his loving hands upon you and may he give you peace. And that's it.
All right. Pro Tem Carrington.
No comment tonight. Good night.
Very good.
The
hypocrisy. Just very briefly, thank you so much to everyone from District 7 who came out. We had a full house at our July District 7 meeting last night. Our next meeting will be back at Prospect, so that's the second Monday of every month. This month only, we had to have a venue change because they had an event going on. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman, that we adjourn this evening's meeting. Hearing no discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker, Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
The motion carries. We stand adjourned at 10:46 p.m. Please be safe, and we'll see you next Tuesday.